Okay, here to set the truth free. Bringing the new me. I keep the circle tight, never broken ties. It was written, I was supposed to rise, so it's no surprise how I glow.
We won't be here forever. We gotta show the world it's time to glow. Can't stop the shine, won't dim my light. Gonna let it glow, 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 glow. Can't stop the shine, won't dim my light. We won't be here forever.
Killing everybody in sight.
Sometimes we must completely destroy that which we build, so that we may rebuild all over again. It's just a cycle of life. Laugh now, cry forever.
Killing everybody in sight.
I'm so sorry that I'm
Killing everybody in sight.
I'm not sorry that I'm
Killing everybody in sight.
I can't help it, but I'm
Killing everybody in
forgive me,
sight.
Heavenly Father.
That's the sound of your karma coming. She's a bitch, can't run from her. Deadly with the rhymes when we penning them. We still ill, kill Bill, finish him. Yeah, the devil minions on the payroll for hire. People out here, they lost like a Uber driver. Nobody gonna pull you out the fire like MacGyver. You stuck still waiting on a mythical messiah. It's critical. Every second on the clock, it's critical. You think it's sweet, but it's not. It's critical. People tripping, they forgot. It's critical.
Yeah, I'm feeling high, elevation, living off of love, so amazing, flying through the sky, levitation, I'm never coming down, elevation. No matter what they do, they can't break us down. We know who we are.
They call the chosen a few, doing exactly what we came to do, and that's every day of my life. I'ma shine harder. You throw shade on my light, I'ma shine harder. You try to block what I'm doing, I'ma shine harder. Don't be shocked when you losing, I'ma shine harder.
Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind.
Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we are.
In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us.
Always handling biz, watching her brand grow. On the move, whether on the train or in a Lambo. Too fierce, damn, yo, on my June Ambrose. You gotta live some more, you wouldn't understand, ho.
My rich auntie, fly OG baddies, all the OG baddies. We shut it down every time we come through. Ain't nobody with you.
Peace to the family. Be here for a special occasion. Happy Mother of Civilization Day to all of the mothers out there, all the future mothers, everybody. This is a special treat. Live on the Killah Priest Podcraft. We got the one, the only, Royal Priesthood's own, Rich Auntie's own, the CrownLoader herself here in the building to bless us with an exclusive build session, listening session. Tell everybody to tell everybody we here live, and it is going up on Mother's Day with the mothership. So let's give it up for the mothership. You know, the rich auntie vibe provider, the CrownLoader, the mystic seer, the astrological genius, hip hop orator, author, producer, singer, the everything. Okay, the personification of I am every woman here, the mothership herself. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, show your love for the one, the only Tiye Phoenix.
Wow, Knowledge Born. Now I'm really hyped up. That's what I need.
Yes, let's go. Okay, let's go.
That is what I needed to hear. Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm excited, but now that you like reminded me of everything that I've been doing since I came into this plane.
That's right.
Now I'm even more hype, and definitely happy divine feminine maternal powerful energy. Happy Mother's Day to all those who have contributed to the population of the planet. None of us watching this broadcast, none of us would be here if it wasn't for that divine womb. So today was the day we celebrated that. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers.
Bomb, bomb, bomb. Yes. Yes, you got some special guests here in the building. I see them coming in. You know, we got that Virgo goddess energy on deck. Yeah, okay. She's here being magnificent, being uplifting, and being correcting in her true Virgo fashion. You understand what I'm saying? So let's give it up for ATL's own Yaya in the building.
Woo, Yaya.
Gratitude for having me. Thank you, Knowledge, for that amazing introduction. You got the best introductions, I might tell you that.
Hey, I'm available, okay? I'm available. I'm bookable. Book me, okay?
Ty, I just want to tell you, congratulations to you. Just listen to your music backstage. Listen, you got it. I told you before, you got it. If you was ever wondering, which I don't know why you would be, just know you got it. And I appreciate your message. I appreciate all that you're doing for the collective. So I'm honored to be here and I'm proud of you.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Yaya. I'm honored that, you know, in life, like we're here to do what we're here to do, and spirit connects us to people, and you don't know how those connections are going to come about, but you're on your mission and other people are on their divine mission, but the Most High is like, this would facilitate her mission, that would facilitate his mission, you guys would facilitate each other. And it's like, you got to trust the process at a certain point, that the souls that you connect with and the people that cross your path it's all just to support and to help further the goal, the main goal, which is what? Activation, elevation, you know, ascension. And so just to have your presence here, it means so much. And CrownLoads, you know, just the idea of the awakening of the crown, you know, like the top. It's and really trying to like fuse that into a hip hop context, you know, and not really following or looking left or right to see, well, what is the trend? Is that too off brand, or am I going too far? Or is this just something that's important to me and valuable to me, but I'm not really, you know, I'm not taking note as to whether or not it's important to a larger collective. You know, sometimes you get over analytical, but I have the utmost confidence that the idea of awakening into your higher self, your crown chakra coming alive, you getting those crown loads, you know, those moments of realization, those light bulb moments where you see things clearly. Your gifts are coming online, you know, you're activated, you know, evolving into the superhero version of yourself. I feel like that's not just important to me, you know. I know it's a whole audience of people out there that's like, I need a soundtrack to match what I read and think about it.
Absolutely. And I'm gonna tell you, Ty, I'm still in that CrownLoads, okay? I love the CrownLoads. It sounds so much better, you know, and it makes a lot more sense because that's where all of the information and enlightenment is stemming from. It's that crown. So I appreciate that, and just know you're gonna hear it. You're gonna hear it from me. I'm gonna be saying CrownLoads.
Yeah. Thank you. I definitely, you know, envisioned it being a word, that an idea, a concept beyond just a word that people would integrate into their lives. You know, like I had a crown, a crown. And the more you just repeat and the more you just, you know, affirm that you are crown loading that information, or outside on a sunny day, crown loading the solar rays, crown loading those codes. You're just, I think the more that we speak in general, the more that we are very intentional and conscious about the words we say and what we want those words to do, we end up like opening up portals where those words become just magic mantras, and you start seeing life unfold. Look at that, Mama T popping up on my timeline at the top. I'm like, hey, you better get in here. But the more you speak certain words, be creative with words, be innovative with words, and that's what rappers signed up to do anyway. Like, in my opinion, as a rapper, you're not supposed to just be excited to say the same words that all the other rappers are saying. You're supposed to be like thinking, writing, channeling, going off in your imagination, coming up with words like all the time, coming up with phrases. And I think, like you was, words can actually be like magic wands,
The word is your wand, Ashe.
Your word is your wine. Okay, in that same frequency lane, stay right there, because we got God's frequency up in here in the building right now. You understand what I'm saying? The spiritual baddie herself. You understand? Texas on. I said, where them fans at? I said, where them crowns at today? Pull your crowns out. Put the fan down. Pick the crown up, okay, and load it. Pick your crown up and load it. You understand what I'm saying? So we got Texas on up in here. The frequency fixer, God's frequency herself is here. So let's give
I am God frequency.
For that Texas, I am God frequency up in here in the building.
Hey, family, how are you? Thank you. You do have the best introductions.
I'm bookable. I'm telling you, I am bookable. Okay, able to be booked someplace. So you need to pick me up. We in the building. Okay.
Definitely. I just want to congratulate Tiye Phoenix. Listen, I am super excited to be here tonight with you to share this cosmic moment with you. This is an honor to be here with you. And look, your music is fire for sure. What Yaya said was, I just can't get out of my head like CrownLoads. Like, how did you come up with that? Because now I'm checking myself every time I get ready to say down, I'm like, no, it's a CrownLoad. Definitely. That is a major upgrade with speaking. We're big in our community. We are big on etymology and the things that we say. And it just makes so much more sense now to say, I have a CrownLoad. Like, we need to pump that up. Like, all of us need to just get together and be like, CrownLoads, because that's it's something about it, that frequency. It has a frequency to it. Just when you hear it, CrownLoads. Everybody want to know what that is. Like, I don't know about y'all, but when I say it, I feel the energy that's attached to it. Like, I feel the chills that come along with it. So I meant to tell you that the other day, but I forgot to send you a message and say, hey, it's carrying a frequency. And yeah, it's definitely carrying the frequency. But I'm super excited to be here with you. Can't wait to hear more of all that you've done. Of course, Mama T done told me so many amazing things about all of your music history, and I'm just excited to be a part of this cosmic engagement with you. I used to watch you afar, but now we're connected. So I'm super excited to be here with you tonight.
I'm, like I said, like I was telling Yaya, I'm honored, this the divine connecting of the dots. And as big as the planet is, with this elevation of the planet's frequency, I feel like the communities are going to be getting smaller. Even though the communities are expanding, it's just the distance is lessening, I think this is really a time where you finding your soul tribe
Yes.
And that soul tribe just growing in population, with people who are vibrationally similar to you, people who have similar spiritual, emotional goals, or whatever, the overall holistic goals, people who have this on a similar frequency. As you elevate your frequency, you know, and you're putting different vibes out there, you know, those who are putting those similar vibes out there, some close by, some far away, like everybody's getting the signal. So I feel like there's going to be a convergence, you know what I'm saying, where, you know, you're going to meet people and connect to people. And even though technically it'll be like they're new, technically they're not new, because soul family, you know, partners are not new, right? If y'all agree with that, or
Yeah, we connected.
Yeah, we're connected for
we
sure.
remember, right? We
The
remember.
remembrance.
So
I'm gonna show y'all how connected y'all are, if y'all don't mind. Okay.
let's do it.
We got a quantum masterminder here, the one who digs into our quantum being, okay, in a big sacred type of space. She stood us down and said, have a little tea. Sit down, grandnephew, okay? You learn a little something, have a seat, have a little tea. You understand what I'm saying? So let's give it up for that big mama quantum mechanic energy.
Yeah.
Right? You got Mama T in here in the building right now. So give it up for that grand connecting energy and empowerment, okay?
Wow.
She here on
Wow.
the beat.
That's so, wow. Thank you.
Right?
Wow.
I'm telling
Wow.
you.
I didn't see that coming, honey. I ain't see that coming.
She like, who he talking
Thank
about?
you.
Look around for somebody. He talking about me?
Listen.
Okay.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Listen, Tiye Phoenix, though. That great auntie vibe up in here. Listen, I'm so proud of you, sister. You already know we be on the phone for hours. Let me tell you something about Tiye, though. Tiye be like, okay, so Jupiter is going to be at 26, and the sun and the moon going to be at 13. But hold up, though. I'll be like, Tiye, put the foot on the pedal, baby. Let's go. It's your time. Let's do this. So, brother, thank you so much for the introduction. Thank you so much for inviting us on your panel. But this is Tiye's moment. I'm just honored to share this space with you, sis, to watch you embark upon this journey and do your thing as you cross through these gates, these Saturn gates, right? You know, we talked about this for hours. I did not know, and shame on me, that Tiye was the only female signed to Ruckus Records. Was this, or the first female signed to Ruckus Records?
Okay.
yeah, I think pretty much the way the storyline, way the everything went, I think I was the only woman signed to Ruckus, I believe.
Yeah, that's big. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's huge. And Ruckus was like that label that, you know, the authentic, real hip hop vibe, that conscious, the lyrical, the lyricist, that roster on that label. You had to have some serious, your sword game had to be like on point. So for you to go out there and represent as the goddess you are, you always held yourself with dignity and this aura about you, this queenship, right? This aura. You always carried yourself like the goddess you are. From back then, when I was first rocking, when I first saw you and heard some of your joints back then, I was like, yo, this is big. Like, what's going on? Why the world hasn't been exposed to Tiye Phoenix? But you here now, sister. You here now.
You know, following the divine timeline. I appreciate that. And not for nothing. It wouldn't be right if I didn't bring light to the fact that, I mean, obviously the Quantum Fest family knows, but knowledge and whoever else might be watching in the chat, whatever. Mama T at Shaw Bless, whatever, both archetypes, Her music
Right.
is phenomenal.
Yes.
Listen, hold on. Like when I don't pick adjectives randomly and be like, oh, I'm gonna use the word phenomenal. No, her music is phenomenal. And how she said she heard me and was like, oh, I feel like the world should know. So I gotta give it right back and be like, the world should know. And I don't just say like, oh, I've known such and such for 10 years, or we cool, so I'm gonna say that music is phenomenal. No. You talking about, we're in a time now where just even this particular event right now that we're attending, this is just, it speaks to the fact that we're in a time where everyone is going to greater levels of their consciousness. Like our awareness is turning up. So we have to have people in place. I didn't say this, the Most High said this. We have to have people in place who know how to channel and intuit and crown load ideas that can go out into a musical format, because music, magic, and mystic are all very closely aligned. So you can't make music that sounds magical if you aren't tapped into the mysticism, okay? So with that being said, I have to say, my sister in music, my sister in life anyway, just get cosmic sister, whatever, but I have to just say that. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and we just don't bring attention to that. So knowledge, just so you know, chat, just so you know, I mean, I'm God Frequency, y'all already knew, but just so you guys know, I always tell people, you're not an expert surfer if the wave hit you and you caught in the undertow. A surfer sees the wave long in the distance, so when it comes, you can ride it. And I'm trying to tell y'all now, what the wave is. If you're on this live right now, watching this coronation / listening / release party, you're definitely catching the wave, because I don't think anybody's tuned into this that's not invested in their own activation. You know? But I just wanted to put that out.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I do. Thank you so much.
So y'all been talking about this event horizon. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Mom.
No, it's okay. I'm just to piggyback on her, this about the music and the movement and this quantum leaping that we're all doing, this activation that's taking place, all the pieces that are being put together right now, all this energy that's coming together, the synchronicity that's taking place, this reclamation that's happening right now. This is not by accident, right? This is restoration. This is all divine timing. The people that are coming together to make this quantum fest, we call it an activation, right? I'm God Frequency. Like this is like we opening portals out here, right? So we're really trying to elevate, right? We're trying to elevate the people, and through music, like everyone has their specialty. Right, Mama T come on and drop that wisdom and that knowledge, the channel that's coming through from the elders. And I put on that filter. I'm looking at my elder grandmothers. I'm channeling my elder ancestors coming through. So as I'm looking at this, because it's on the phone, I'm looking at this person talking to me, and I'm talking to you. So this is something that's being translated and activated. And the music that I was called to do always had a message in it, but now it's like remembrance. Is helping us activate. It's helping us really, not only we dancing and we grooving, the lyrics is to help you remember, right? And Ty dropping with the CrownLoad. The moment you started saying that, everyone is like, well, of course it's a CrownLoad.
Right.
It started making sense. It started connecting, and that's even an activation in itself. So this is an amazing time, and it's happening at an amazing ley line over there in Houston, Texas, and the embodiment of that Gulf water that's over there, those primordial waters of the Gulf. This is all and underneath the summer solstice as the sun enters into the sign of the Divine Mother. So like, come on, like this is You know what I'm saying? Like, what else can we say about this right here? This is all happening at a pivotal moment as I'm sitting out here looking at this full moon in Scorpio, talking about this transition, this transformation, the peeling off of the old and embarking upon this rebirth that we're it's Mother's Day. Come on, y'all.
Come on now. It's Mother's Day. And like you said, you know, the upcoming Quantum Fest taking place at the time the sun goes into the sign of the mother. Cancer, this for you, for anybody who's in the chat who doesn't maybe, need some explanation, like the astrological. So the summer solstice is when the sun goes to 0 degrees Cancer. Okay, Knowledge born, he's a Gemini, so we'll be saying goodbye to his season, right? Knowledge, we're waving bye, like bye twin, bye twin.
I done had a twin year. It felt like Gemini season all it's twin year. Okay, look, twin year. We've been 20 now here. All right.
Jupiter been doing you nice.
Yeah. We've been getting real busy out here. Okay.
Absolutely. So I think it's powerful. Like you said, like this is the time where you can feel it. You can absolutely feel an energy shift. Like if you had that device, I forgot what it's called, where you actually can measure the frequency in the atmosphere. There's a device. I feel like
the Schumann resonance alone is going crazy.
Exactly. The Schumann resonance, the coronal mass ejections from the sun, like all of that. And you know what? I think Knowledge, and what we're doing tonight, guys, we're not going to play full songs. I just want to bring attention to the songs. There's 7 songs. The crown chakra is the 7th chakra. So I stayed true to the theme. I didn't deviate from it. So like I said, crown chakra is the 7th chakra. There's 7 songs on this EP. That is an EP because anything less than 10 songs is an EP. Anything over 10 songs is considered an album or LP. So I stayed true to the theme. 7 songs. As soon as this live ends, as soon as this party ends, it will go live on Bandcamp, and it costs $7.77. I stayed true to the theme all the way.
Virgo, right?
I stay true to exactly Virgo ascendant. We're going to stay very much on track. So
she said $777.77. Okay,
that's right. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I heard her. I heard her say $777.77. You got it. You got it. You got it. Okay, for what you about to receive, you got it. You got $777.
That's right.
77.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't teach yourself. Treat yourself.
You right. You right.
Right on.
$777 decimal point 77 cents. It sounds good. It sounds great. I'm definitely gonna build that figure in on some other. But those 7 songs for now is $7.77. And you know what? Matter of fact, what we're gonna do? I don't know who else is backstage. I know you said Rashad is backstage. I don't know who else is back there. But I think what we're gonna do is start off addressing the first song. The first song that we're going to talk about is tonight is a song called "Scared of the Rebel," and "Scared of the Rebel" was inspired, believe it or not, by Billie Holiday. I was born and raised in Baltimore. I happen to still reside in Baltimore currently. Billie Holiday's native town is Baltimore. But "Scared of the Rebel" was inspired by Billie Holiday because, the movie United States of America versus Billie Holiday, I don't know if anybody saw it. It was on Hulu. It was basically about, if I can just say it, it was basically about how the United States of America killed Billie Holiday. And prior to watching the movie, I was knowledgeable about Billie Holiday. Her legacy lives. Like, you learn that she's a jazz singer, a blues singer. You knew that. But I didn't know that the United States poisoned her, drugged her, jailed her. And it was all because she would not stop singing Strange Fruit. Strange Fruit Strange Fruit was the song that spoke to the senseless, heinous, cruel lynching of, as you know, indigenous people. So she would go on stage and sing Strange Fruit, and they would tell her, do not sing that song. The police would be lined up at the entrance of her show in the clubs. If you sing the song, we'll arrest you. She never stopped singing the song. Eventually, Time magazine said Strange Fruit was the song of the century. But that's, of course, that's how, you know, it doesn't matter if it's Martin Luther King, Mahatma Gandhi. People always get praised after the fact. So they said, oh, Strange Fruit is the song of the century. But basically, you would hear that like Billie Holiday was a drug addict. She was an alcoholic. She was a whore, da, da, da. But that was all to cover up the fact that she was a rebel. And I had some lyrics that didn't make the EP, but I said, people banging, people repping they sets, banging crimsons and blues. I rep different hues, banging on my Langston Hughes. Lady sings the blues. When I said lady sings the blues, lady sings the blues and wiped her smile away. Billie Holiday needs. Okay, we started over. It didn't make the EP. People repping they sets, banging crimsons and blues. I rep different hues, banging on my Langston Hughes. Lady sings the blues, wipe the smile away. Billie Holiday needs her own fucking holiday. Okay, I messed it up. They didn't make the EP, but all of that to say that Billie Holiday inspired the song "Scared of the Rebel." And I put the song in there because, listen, if you have a song that speaks your truth and you are fighting the system, you are opposition to demonic forces, and you still want to sing that song, despite who tells you not to sing it, despite who threatens you, despite who says we won't play you, we won't sign you, we won't promote you, whatever, if you sing this song, Scared of the Rebel is a song that I created to honor the fearlessness of Billie Holiday and her refusal to stop singing that song, even though I believe it cost her life. So that's the backstory for the song Scared of the Rebel. And knowledge, you want to play a little bit, or you can't play a little bit of the clip from the movie? No? Oh, it's on.
They know that Phoenix is the last rebel, reaching critical mass level, top speed like you smashed on the gas pedal. These blasphemers, these backbiters, these rap devils, send them all to hell. They got a meeting with their karma. Address me in that tone like you were speaking to your mama, cause my aura's giving cream. You see it deep in my persona. My clapping back is sharper than the teeth of a piranha. See these demons like the feast upon your trauma. Beastin', keep your eyes open for wolves rocking the sheepskin. Never catch me slipping, now I'm wiser than the 3 men, armed with an elite pen. It was already written that we win. What if your God is a gorgeous feminist? Get to heaven and she leave you at the door's entrance. Don't try to force opinions, I just ignore your mentions. I hope my bars is getting more offensive, cause I'm a rebel. I'm going to a higher level. They just mad I'll never settle. They love to dance with the devil. They can't stop me, I'm a rebel. Self-love is the greatest act of rebellion.
Okay.
That's crazy.
I love it.
Wow.
That's
That's
crazy.
right.
That was
Yeah, that was insane.
That was fire. Shout out to the great Tiye Phoenix show. That was masterful. Shit.
Yeah.
Man, you a
Well,
beast
that
with
was,
that.
it was good.
Praise
Peace,
let's
peace,
go.
What your Mercury
yo,
again?
peace to everybody on the chat. Word. Peace to the podcast, everybody up there. Was good.
Peace.
Acknowledgements, tributes. Yo, it was crazy.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah,
Thank
out of
you.
line.
Crazy.
Yeah, I love
Oh,
it.
thoughts, girl.
Fire.
Thank you,
loving it.
y'all.
Listen,
Fire.
I need You know what I'm saying? I need the lyrical sheet right there. I need to
Well,
read that.
it's so funny because I wanted to have a light build or a large build on one of the lyrics. That was just an excerpt of the song. That was like the first verse. There's another verse, but what I end up saying is in there I wanted y'all to kind of like give me y'all opinion and chime in on what, you know, these bars from that song. I say, I never mingle with these false gods and pseudo idols. I never sacrifice my greater good that's suicidal. Hypocrites be quoting scripture, love to use the Bible. Pluto out of Capricorn, we made it through the cycle. Ooh. So I wanted to get y'all's feedback on that little 4-bar section.
Oh my God.
You got
me
out
of Capricorn.
Use some idols and suicidal.
Listen.
Fire. Turn it down.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Thank you,
like, where do we begin? Like, I love the Pluto out of Capricorn verse is the timing, the death, the rebirth, going through the gates. Right? We made it through the cycle. We it's the rebirth. The thing what you said, the lyric that you said about the entrance, right? Meeting God at the entrance.
Oh, I said, what did you say? What if you get to heaven? Oh, what if your God is a gorgeous feminist? You get to heaven and she leave you at the door's entrance. Don't try to force opinion. I'll just ignore your mentions. I hope my bars is getting more offensive because I'm a rebel.
God.
Yeah, that right there.
Gorgeous.
You got to be ready for that.
Right,
you got to be ready.
That was.
They
better get ready, honey. They better get ready.
Gorgeous feelings. Oh my God.
Phoenix is lit. I love it. I love your bar, sister. Every bar you hit it with precision. That's why I'm like, where your Mercury again? Like
Leo.
You got a what they call that? You a marksman with your lyrics. You know, you hit every bar. Your cadence, your delivery. You have purpose. You can tell that each bar is deliberate with you. Like you're making sure you get a point with each bar. I see you, boo. I see you. Like I see you.
The CrownLoads are shining through. I will say that, Ty. The CrownLoads you are embodying that. So I love all the lyrics. They hit the soul, and that's what's important. So keep speaking your truth. And I like I said, I'm gonna make that my theme song. You know, I'm a rebel. I'm going to.
Yeah, I think I need to make that my intro song for Corner.
For real.
I just need to walk around there just playing that.
Just play that for real though.
Yeah.
Love it.
Thank you so much, y'all.
What's the name of that? What was the name of that track?
Scared of the Rebel.
Scared of the Rebel.
It's why I say she's untouchable, yo.
Yeah.
Thank you, Praise.
Yo, this is why I say what I say. I stand on it. It's like you never cease to amaze me. And it's like come on. Yo, hit it one more time for me. I just want to hear it again.
Yeah, run that back.
Because it's so much.
Run it back.
The last rebel. Rebels are always the last one. They know that Phoenix is the last rebel, reaching critical mass level, top speed like you smashed on the gas pedal. These blasphemers, these backbiters, these rap devils, send them all to hell. They got a meeting with their karma. Address me in that tone like you were speaking to your mama, cause my aura's giving cream. You see it deep in my persona. My clapping back is sharper than the teeth of a piranha. See these demons like the feast upon your trauma. Beastin', keep your eyes open for wolves rocking the sheepskin. Never catch me slipping. Now I'm wiser than the 3 men armed with an elite pen. It was already written that we win. What if your God is a gorgeous feminist? Get to heaven and she leave you at the door's entrance. Don't try to force opinions. I just ignore your mentions. I hope my bars is getting more offensive, cause I'm a rebel. I'm going to a higher level. They just mad I'll never settle. They love to dance with the devil. rebel. Self-love is the greatest act of rebellion.
Listen.
You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Firebird. Oh man.
And what I said right there at the end, I said, you can hear like that little bridge between the first and I said, self-love is the greatest act of rebellion.
That part.
So
Wow.
That right there.
Triple inside of self-love is the greatest form of rebellion. Oh my God.
self-love is the
Yo,
greatest act of rebellion because
It really
if
Yeah.
everything around you is the spiritual warfare, the objective is to get you to turn against yourself, to diminish yourself, to be blind to yourself. When you love yourself, you are a rebel.
That's
yeah.
right.
That's
That's
right.
right.
That's right.
That's right.
I like when you
Absolutely.
say, why is it in the three?
And it
That's-
lays with the rhymes, double entendre to rebound. Like this is crazy. That's man. Lost
It's so
words.
crazy. Well, you know,
So
I wanted to the next song, right?
what is
Saturn.
real quick?
What'd you say, Priest? I'm sorry.
What inspired you to work, right? Like I want to know the time too. What time you wrote that? Like what time of the day you wrote that?
I was
was
well,
it
like I
there?
said, was
Like
saying,
what?
I think before you came on, I was explaining how the Billie Holiday story. Like I didn't know. All I knew was she was a jazz singer. All I knew was she had a legacy. Like if somebody mentions who the top 3 jazz singers, what do they say? Ella Fitzgerald, Billie Holiday. Like I knew, like she was known historically, but I didn't know that the government got her addicted to heroin because she was raising the consciousness through her music. So I was like, oh, like literally when she was like, they tell the story about, you know, she was the daughter of a prostitute. The movie is crazy. That United States of America versus Billie Holiday. If you haven't seen it, go on Hulu, whatever. United States of America versus Billie Holiday. They literally jailed her because she kept singing a song about our people being lynched. Strange fruit. They were like, stop singing the song, stop singing the song. And she wouldn't. So I was like, oh, like she really was trying to bring light to a very ugly, embarrassing portion of this history in this country and using music to do it. So Priest, myself, Sha, many other people who create music, and we don't care if we're raising consciousness. We don't care if we're going against a status quo. Like, so I was like, yo, I gotta honor that spirit. You know what I'm saying? Of somebody that said, they're gonna arrest me. I don't give a fuck. I'm still gonna sing this song. Like she was literally like in the hospital on her deathbed, and I think they injected her. The United States of America.
Wow.
Killed this, like y'all, you got when you see that movie, you're gonna be like
awareness to they shit.
Wow.
What was Billy? What was the sign?
I think Billie Holiday an Aries? Let me find out real quick because I think she was an Aries, if I'm not mistaken. Let me hold on.
Pull it up.
Billie Holiday. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Billie Holiday astrology. Let's see what we got here.
Yeah, Aries. And that was a hang
was
that
Aries?
April 7th,
Okay.
that she witnessed her own self. That's what inspired the song. She literally saw it. They were down south touring, and at one of those stops, she saw a body swinging
I saw that movie
from a
now.
tree,
Yeah.
like literally. So it was her. That thing she said changed her whole perspective about everything. So blood on the trees and blood on the roots.
Right.
Black body swinging in the southern breeze. Like this is broad daylight. It's not nighttime. It's broad daylight for all to see. You know what I'm saying? The stench and the charred body and the disfigured, dismantled body, because these are things that they sold souvenirs from and all that. So when we speak about certain things, I don't think we give the gravity. Think about you at the top of your career. Everybody loves you, blah, blah, blah. And you shift your consciousness to speak about something that is damaging. That it costs
Exactly.
you your livelihood, quote unquote. But then in the end, everybody wants to celebrate you. Like Sam Cooke, they told him don't sing that song, a change is gonna come. You see what I'm
That's right.
saying? He was somebody that everybody loved, blah blah blah, black and white crowds, and then he sung that song, and then it was like it was on from there. So there's always somebody in the background that is looking to conspire against you when you stand on truth.
Right.
But
That's
you
right.
can't allow that thing to be the catalyst that pushes you out of truth, the thing that propels you to continue to stand on truth. You know, they said the speaker of the truth has no friends.
Friends,
So are
right.
you prepared? are you prepared? You understand what I'm saying? So if they loving you, I don't know. You might want to check what you standing for and what you standing on. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Right.
yeah.
Absolutely. You know, back then, I guess when Billie Holiday was popular, and to correlate to what you're doing, they had a certain image for her, right? She held a certain image, and they loved when she sang things that made them feel comfortable. But when you bring political awareness, and you're such a magnetic, charismatic performer, people are gonna listen. They're gonna pay attention. They're gonna watch you. They're gonna look at you. So when she was she was becoming politically conscious, and it was
Right.
shifting her. When someone of that magnitude speaks, it can shift paradigms. So this is why she was a threat, right, to the United States back then. No, think about it. Like back, when is this? The 30s, the 40s?
Yep.
Right,
Yeah.
back then. So for you to stand on your
Yeah.
ground and your purpose, and you speaking what you speaking in the male dominated industry fearlessly, unapologetically, right, wrapped in your sheepskin hood, like representing still hip hop to the fullest, but
Yeah,
delivering
that
like
stuck out
this
to me.
female fatale persona, and the articulacy in your rhymes. It's like you can feel that you were pulling from that spirit as well. Like, you know, I could definitely see your stance in that, because she was an Aries, unapologetic, speaking what she's speaking. And if I'm not mistaken, where was your Mercury and Leo?
Yes.
Right.
Mm.
So that's fire, right? You're gonna spit that fire on that ass. So, and it's gonna look good while you saying it. You know what I'm saying?
Mercury,
So
You got to
Mercury
tell it
Leo.
twice. Man. You got to tell it twice. So
Yeah.
in the vein of Billie Holiday and in the vein of Nina Simone, we got one of them Nina Simonian Pisceans that's here. Yeah, another one of them femme fatale. You understand what I'm saying? Tiye Phoenix sister in rhyme is here in the building. So let's give it up for that Piscean energy, that Nina Simonian energy up in here. Let's give it up for the one, the only star in the building.
oh, that's what's up.
Peace.
Yeah, uh,
Peace.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Peace. Congratulations, mama.
Thank
And I
you.
want to
I'm so
honor
glad
you,
you
Nina
made it
Simone,
through.
all day. Yeah, I'm on my way in the car to work, so you may or may not be able to see me, but I'll be home in like 5 minutes. So
Okay. I'm just honored that you took the time
yeah.
to come through. You know,
Yes, sis, I had to. You know how we do.
I am. Good.
listen, listen.
So
This is such an ill bill star. Like, I don't know how much of the bill you caught thus far, but this is so crazy because
I got the Billie Holiday. Yeah,
right.
I got the Billie Holiday, and I watched that. That I had no idea that she went through all of that. You know, because they had us thinking that she was a drug addict, but they're the ones that did that to her.
Right.
They really
Exactly.
try to discredit her, but that's what they do. They discredit you. You know, they try to besmirch your image. so that you're not credible, so that people will think you're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah, they broke her all the way down. But the movie actually, it really went into depth. So if anybody hasn't seen it, that's definitely worth watching for sure.
Absolutely, and you
Right.
make a
I'm gonna
good
watch
point.
that.
Like, if y'all didn't see the movie, basically what happened was, because they, they manipulate women's emotions, right? So they sent her a
And they
man.
used the man.
They sent the man. They sent a man because and this is something that I want. I'm really curious to know where you guys stand on this. People that are sent to you or come to you, and they might. I'm not saying people. I'm not a suspicious person. I'm not somebody that believes like I'm looking twice, 3 times, thinking. But government agents sent her a man who basically he was the reason why she got hooked on drugs. So they used him to do it. So have you guys ever been in situations where you've been kind of suspicious of the concept of the agent Smith? The agent who comes in the form of a guy's ally, but they have a certain role to play in your so-called downfall. Do you guys ever think like that, or you move with complete confidence and it doesn't really cross your mind?
Girl, I got Moon and Scorpio. What are you talking about?
She like, everybody's out to get me.
Everybody. This Moon and Scorpio right now looking at me. And I'm like, oh boy. But no, I mean, so but that's the thing when you talk about ages. Was that played by what's his name? Billy what's his name? He was really fine back in the day. They called him Billy
Billy D. Williams?
Yes,
Billy D. Williams.
Right. That the role of the man was
but in the state versus Billie Holiday, it's a different dude.
Okay. It was an old movie I was watching. I think Diana Ross was playing. But
she played it too.
They know how to package up what you like. You know what I'm saying? To throw you off, to get you distracted from what it is. And it has to be someone. It has to have eye can't. All of this stuff. She was a beautiful woman, so they had to send someone who she can be drawn to and trust. So he can't slip the doohickey in there and do, manipulate her or whatever. So these are the things when you see movies like that, of course it makes you suspicious about, well, damn, if it could be him,
right?
What the hell? So these are the things why we are cautious and why we do double take and we do ask questions is because you never know, because the government is known to do shit.
Yes.
I would just say, Ty, to answer your question, for me, myself, I'm all my head on a swivel. And it also goes back to, just tapping into yourself and having your discernment on point, because your spirit gonna tell you straight off the bat. I don't care how good that man look. I don't care how good it feels to you. When you tapped into yourself and self, none of that matters, because you're gonna feel it coming. You can see it coming from a mile away. So I do keep my head on a swivel, but I'm not like living in that, because I truly know that I'm gonna attract what's for me, and just because I'm so tapped into myself now. So yeah.
Wow. That was excellent.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Right.
That's a fact. I agree.
Man,
You have that confidence.
That's right.
You see what the album is producing? Like when you get songs like that, Ty, it just unite everyone and it opens up a pioneer where we can just, because the lyrics is opening up worlds where we can build like this at. And you should never stop. Word, for real. I love it when I'm here. I can't wait for the rest.
Oh, absolutely. We should go to the next joint. We should go to the next joint, which I believe knowledge. I'm gonna talk about it. Let's just listen to the clip, and then we'll commence to build after we indulge in
Okay.
this into the sonics.
I'm loving the fact that we might have to hear it more than once. You understand what I'm saying? My Gemini
Yeah.
is well pleased. Okay, my Gemini is well pleased, and the crowd is like, why we got to wait till after the show to buy the album? That's what they told me. They was like, yo, fam, I can understand your organizational skills, but I want to buy it right now. Okay, I heard a half a song, and that's all I need to know. Where can I spend my $777.77 right now? They ready. They ready. They like,
Now it's like,
go to
well,
the Bandcamp.
he like, as long as you got your
So why should I? Let's go. Activate my blessings while I'm
Right.
listening to God. Repping for the royal matriarchs, Felicia Rashards, the Florida. Time don't stop, so why should I? Let's go. Activate my blessings while I'm listening to God. Repping for the royal matriarchs, Felicia Rashards, the Florida Evans. Repping for the star with the crescent, the aura I'm projecting, reflecting the planets and the stars in the heavens. So pardon the harshness of my expression, but I'm teaching lessons to doubters who thought that I was less than. We can't afford the cost of getting lost in the oppression, so I'm protesting like the elders marching with their reverence. My mysteries to infinity, like the blackest ocean. Niggas filled with envy, wonder why they lacking motion. Since past COVID, when the whole world was back open, it's a spiritual mass explosion. We the last chosen. Most people, their back is broken, they half coping, but the last ones will be the first. I'm just fat quoting.
the last ones will be the first. I'm just fat quoting.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
that's it.
so right, so check it out, y'all. So I don't know. So that song is called Burning Time. And as you know, Saturn is the god of time. And Saturn is the last degree of the whole zodiac. So it's just ironic that that song is called Burning Time. And Saturn is pretty much in a really major position right now for all of us. If this wheel is about spiritual growth, if you incarnate to grow, and that entire wheel represents specific degrees, and Saturn, the planet of karma, responsibility, and discipline, is at the last degree of that wheel. That's major in all of our lives right now. Like, that's major. But I wanted to ask you guys, so in that song I said, since past COVID, when the whole world was back open, it's a spiritual mass explosion. We the last chosen. Most people, their back is broken, they half coping, but the last ones will be the first. I'm just fat quoting, right? That's what I said. So since past COVID, when the whole world was back open, now COVID, known as the coronavirus, and you know, corona is the crown, right? So I was gonna tie all this together. COVID, coronavirus, like the crown, corona meaning the sun in Spanish, you know, it's literally translating to the crown. It's been demonized. It's been demonized. Like a whole virus was named after the crown, like coronavirus. So I feel like there's been this deliberate like attack on the sun, the crown. So I don't know. I wanted to get y'all's build on that, like corona, crown, all of it. Like,
No, I agree with you because when we look at the coronavirus, part of the coronavirus was kind of like a signal for the government too to know that the sun is getting a little bit more active, right? And we are a mass or great awakening. We getting these crown loads, right? So I think it's more of just a signal, and they demonized it because it's in reference to the sun, which they always demonize. They don't want us to have a connection, right? They've been disconnecting us. That's their whole goal, to disconnect us from nature, to disconnect from source. So I truly believe that it was more of a signal to let them know how powerful we are about to be because of the times we're entering, because of the sun, right? So I think it's perfect. It's perfect that time with Saturn, God of the chronos of time. So it's perfect. I love it. The punchlines are there. The crown loads are definitely shining through. So kudos to you on that one.
thank you. I see you, Star. I see you now. I see your face. I'm looking.
Yeah,
I had to come in here because
I'm
I'm like,
home.
oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Saturn, like I figured we could do a since we got all these astrologers on the, you know what I'm saying, the astrologically informed people, you know, on this build right now. Shah, you know, we can just build on this Saturn position because literally, Saturn is about to finish up at the very end, and I just want to know. I'm reading the chat. That's why I changed locations, because I was like, I need to see what people are saying in the chat. And the great Bragadino says Saturn is the crown chakra, the god of the Bible. I'm just reading what people said. Somebody said Saturn is the black hole. So anybody got any info they want to share on Saturn?
I know y'all about to go
right now.
Super large, but I want to add into the discussion. He's been waiting this whole time, all patient. You understand what I'm saying? You know, I know that he is one of those wordsmiths that be going through the garden. You know what I'm saying? He's one of those wordsmiths that be going through the garden, because you need a little time and you need a little patience to be an agriculturalist. You understand what I'm saying? He's an agriculturalist that cultivates life with his pen. You understand what I'm saying? So he plants the seed and ignores weeds unless those weeds are needed to be present for some healing. You might see weeds, you see dandelions, and like, yeah, I'm about to cook up something and concoct some herbal healing and restoration. So let's give it up to the poet with the pen. Rashad Poet is in the building. Let me just add him in this discussion right now, because y'all about to get earthy. Okay, let's go.
Rashad the Poet. And shout to Boom Bap Nation in the chat. I see you, Boom Bap Nation. I'm definitely gonna hit you with that. Thank you for coming through.
Peace. How's everybody doing?
Peace, Rashad.
We not lying, Rashad, because I seen the book. Okay, somebody lied. It ain't me. Okay, whoever it is that's lying, it ain't me. Okay, brother. So yeah, peace.
Oh yeah, ain't none of the liars in here, fortunately. My fault, y'all.
Big Mom used to be like, who is we?
Yeah, there we go.
Who is we?
When we start speaking French. My fault, y'all. I've been in here, but I was trying to put a button up on a 2-year-old, so.
No problem. Life be life. That's, you know.
Yeah, I've been distracted.
Where's Shah go? Is she still backstage? Knowledge.
Let me see. She dropped off. She might come back in a second.
Okay.
But we was talking about Saturn. Y'all was about to get real.
Yeah, I was going to see what her perspective on that was.
Alien. While we got a second, y'all been talking about this quantum fest, and you know, I seen this little clip over here. You know, the way y'all be stunting about this quantum fest, you understand what I'm saying? I just need to play it right quick, okay? This stuntology is really, you know what I'm saying, happening right here. So let's see.
This 2025 is where the soul meets the sound. Music, magic, and movement under the summer solstice sun. Pull up, plug in, and vibe out with your tribe. Hit the link in the bio. The portal is open. Now coming to the stage, Tiye Phoenix.
Yeah. See, they tagged me in this beat asking me to rap. So what you want me to do? I'm a rap. See, you slow ninjas never pick it up when I be dropping game. Shots fired, but you missed, you got a sloppy aim. The world know Phoenix is different, we are not the same. Pimp slapping bitches with no hands, walk a flock of flame. I'm aiming for you haters first, I'ma slay this verse. I'm in my big bag, Mark Jacobs purse. Face card never declining with the goddess features. Yeah, I'm underrated, but I'm still above you non-achievers. But all I see is BBL and contour. But when I'm on the mic, I see you yelling encore. bring it on, cause I'm on for the long war. Yeah, you in the rap game, but came in through the wrong door. Collecting silent victories and quiet wins, headed to a private island, you don't know I'm flying in. I see you through the eyes of God and not the eyes of men. Niggas couldn't sabotage the mission, bitch, try again.
Attention all performers, entertainers, and musicians. You don't just perform, you transmit. Quantum Fest 2025 is calling all artists, musicians, dancers, and visionaries who move in alignment with purpose. If your craft is a portal, the stage is yours. Turn up, tune in, and transform. Apply to perform. The link is in the bio.
Yeah, that was fire.
That took me on another journey. Like it was almost like the house music at the end with dropping the knowledge on it and the rhymes about it. It was crazy. That was crazy. Break this song down.
What is it? Just me, or did y'all see her like curve the camera? Like, get out, little dude. Like, go sit down.
I was all types of profanity and everything. And
she just hides the camera at the end. Like you're not even worthy to see me no more. You understand what I'm saying? I was like, yeah.
Yo, I am God frequency. Can you build with everybody on the purpose and just what Quantum Fest, how it came about? And since thank you for playing that promo, and some people might be like not really aware of like the massiveness of what Quantum Fest represents. So I'm God frequency. You could break that down way better.
Okay, so Quantum Fest is about the return of the ancient ones. It's a metaphysical festival that I came up with in 2024. Mama T and I was talking. I was actually getting ready to do some healing retreats because I heal with frequencies, and I open up portals. I do all those things, right? And she called me and she said, "Hey, I know you got your festival set for a later date." She said, "But." She said, the ancestors is telling me you need to push that thing forward. So we got to talking and I said, okay, let me tap in and see what's happening. And I started getting these CrownLoads that she was right. So I called her back. I say, you was right. I say, I'm doing it backwards. We got to reverse this thing. So I called Paris and Audrey. And I told them what the plan was, and we put everything into motion, and we start executing Quantum Fest 2025. And here we are. It's about the gathering of the ancient ones. It's a metaphysical tour with people coming from across the country. We're going to be doing activations. We're going to be healing people. We're going to be teaching them esoteric knowledge. We got a lot of wisdom keepers that's going to be teaching, lecturers going to be teaching. We got a couple of scientists that's coming that's claiming that Einstein was wrong and they got proof. So that's going to be very huge. We got a ton of people that's now signing on, want to be a part of it. But the main thing is I wanted to do something that represented us as the collective. I wanted to do something that has never been done before. And I'm actually excited about it because I'm not doing it by myself. These amazing souls have decided to answer the soul contract and hop on this thing with me and everyone else. So the ancestors are proud of us right now because we are gathering the ancient ones for something very detailed, and it's for activation and the age of remembrance. When we get together as a collective, we are going to unlock codes and we're going to remember. People are going to be activated on site. A lot of people are asking, are they going to be able to open up portals too? We don't know exactly how this is going to go because this is something we've never done before, but we are answering the call to do what Source wants us to do, and that's to come together as a collective and to teach one another, to activate one another, and to collapse these old 3D construct timelines. And that's what Quantum Fest is about. It's about gathering and the return of the ancient ones.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Like, like some Sovereign Luminosity said in the chat, a powerful time of remembrance.
It's a time of remembrance because that's where we are right now. Everyone is remembering who they are, why they're here. And the one thing that I felt was missing was the gathering. It's the gathering of the ancient ones. And we are the ancient ones. And once we get together as a collective, we're unstoppable. This is something that I'm just going to say, they have been trying to stop, but we can't be stopped. We can no longer be surveillanced. We can no longer be tampered with because most of us are at the peak of our activation levels. Even like right now, if you guys don't feel that energy transmuting between one another, and we're just doing this through a black mirror, just imagine when we get together as a collective, as a unit, what's going to happen. We will be unlocking each other. We're unlocking each other right now just by our presence being here amongst each other through this portal. So on June 21st and 22nd, we will be doing a lot of activations and unlocking. We're going to be activating memory codes and your DEA. We're going to be doing all those things. And these are the things that metaphysical festivals don't talk about because a lot of people don't know who they are. A lot of people didn't remember at the time that some of these festivals was going on. We're coming in to do some serious work, some serious activation work, some serious remembrance work for our people. So I'm super excited that the Creator have given us to go to get this done.
Knowledge, where that applause button at? Somebody's like, let's get the sound effects going. Like, where's that applause button? Like, come on. Somebody, we talking about things that have never been done.
Yeah.
That are being done, like that deserves a round of applause. I'm about to get a little bit talking about.
How about that? I was trying to let it look. I'm telling you, I told Rashad I ain't lying. Okay. He said somebody lied to us, but I don't want to be in that number when the lies go marching in. Okay. I don't want none of that.
And I want to say shout out to everybody watching. Shout out to everybody watching because you are hitting the like button. We in that. If you getting edification, as they say, if you getting edification, if you getting inspiration, if you getting elevation, if you getting activation, if you getting something from what people are sharing, then you hit the like button. It's called giving back, right? Energy exchange. So hit that. You come in here. You heard I Am God Frequency Breakdown and tell you we're about to have an event that hasn't not happened before. Sha Bliss, Mama T, Killah Priest, legend, Knowledge Born on Live, legend, star, legend, Rashad the Poet. Yo, hit the like button and show the love. Shout out to everybody. But let's go. They
want some album vacation. Okay, they want some album vacation. They don't want to wait until this is over with in order to.
All right, I'm about to do it right now. I'm ready, y'all. I'm about to press the button.
They are ready. Okay. And one more person called my phone saying, "Fan, why can't we get the album vacation right now? We trying to get our frequencies raised up in here. I Am Frequency in the building. Mama got the tea in the building. Yeah, you got an event coming up before we got a a preliminary event that's going to usher us all the way from Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta.
That's
Georgia,
right.
all the way into Houston. Like, we just going to wake up in Houston. Like, how did we get here? I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. So, yeah, please tell us about your events, okay? In Gemini season, by the way. You understand? Like, you know, all right? Yeah. Oh, she said, I don't need to say nothing. Okay. Look, it's happening. All right. It's happening.
How about we do this? You say I'm playing games with the link. I'm gonna make the link available, and you're gonna go play the next joint, A of A. We're gonna talk about A of A.
Yes,
A of A
ma'am.
is short for Age of Aquarius. We're gonna talk about it. Play the A of A knowledge, and then I'll figure this out with this link.
Let's go.
It's changing on the world stage. We here now, it's the Aquarius age. Everybody, welcome to the A of A. It's a brand new world, it's a different day. Everything is changing on the world stage. We here now, it's the Aquarius age. Everybody, welcome to the A of A. Everybody can't go and they can't stay.
Does AI supply the human intelligence missing? Is it man's ally or greatest competition? I gave myself permission to rewrite the definition. To artist innovation, accurate intuition, added insight, activated inner vision. The flow pressure, but no Tesla, self-driven. They in Hell's Kitchen, razor sharp spitting, ice cold with the flow, leave them frostbitten.
Okay.
Everybody can't go and they can't stay.
Does AI supply the human intelligence missing? Is it man's ally or greatest competition? I gave myself permission to rewrite the definition. To artist innovation, accurate intuition, added insight, activated inner vision. The flow pressure, but no Tesla, self-driven. They in Hell's Kitchen, razor sharp spitting, ice cold with the flow, leave them frostbitten.
Just ridiculous.
Ice cold with the flow, leave them
Frostbitten out here.
Okay. Welcome back, Mama T. Talk to us, Mama T.
Listen, I mean, I'm listening to that, right? Especially the part about AI, right? And I'm like, yeah, yes, it's competition for real. We're gonna have to step our game up because we're competing against something that is a combination of all the minds, right? Of all the intelligences. So if you think it's a one-on-one thing, it's like either we all come together, because that thing has come together, right? And it's tapping into everything. So yeah, the Sage of Aquarius rules technology. So if we don't step up our technology game and get ahead of it, or harness it and create the commands for it, the program, we become the ultimate programmer, then it's going to turn on us and it's going to start programming us. So that line stood out there for me because, yeah, if we don't get it together, if we don't step up our game, if we don't move out of the water into the air element of intellectual or the cerebral part of the mind, the mentality, shift our mentality, we're probably going to be left behind. So yeah, that line stuck out like a light bulb for me. Absolutely.
Allow me to change the definition. Okay, like rewrite this definition. Like, nah, fam, we not under that sword of tie no more. We throwing that in the trash. We self-defining. We're gonna step up our self-knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? Not just our technology, our self-knowledge. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna step up our self-knowledge. That's what Tiye Phoenix over there talking about. Your favorite rapper ain't talking about stepping up your self-knowledge. Okay?
Right on.
They ain't even giving you knowledge of self no more. They giving you demon time. They on demon time over here. You running around talking about demon time. Crazy.
Nah, that self is real important. When you look up freedom, within the definition, it says the power of self-determination. So if you want to be free, that starts with self. You know, you're not going to find it by begging. You're not going to find it by asking. You're not going to find it by petitioning. You're not going to find it by voting. You're going to find it within yourself, you know, and then the kingdom of God is within self. So it's just you dealing with yourself and the Most High is where freedom is found. All this other stuff is just, what do we say, the rigmarole?
Well, he'll say, how you gonna win if you ain't right within? Okay, how you gonna win if you ain't right within? Okay, that's what she said when she was saying what she's saying. Yeah, talk to us. Tell us something slick, and then tell us about your event, please.
I agree with everything Rashad just said. You know, when it comes to getting back to self, and when you talk about freedom, we can't talk about freedom if you don't have knowledge of self, because the ultimate freedom is sovereignty and knowing that, you know, you are a free being. But if you still going along with what the system has laid out for you, then how free are you truly? So it's about learning who you are and getting back to who you are. And I know you was asking about my event. I was trying to talk earlier, but I think my mic got cut out. But that's literally what the event is about. So we having Yaya Soul Jam session leading up to the Quantum Fest when we really bring the heat. But Yaya Soul Jam session is just literally us getting together and, you know, vibing over the music, because, you know, music has the ability to connect so many different souls on different levels. So we just gonna vibe to the music, let our hair down, be our true authentic selves, and get back to self, understand and remember who we are. So that's the whole goal of the event. So if y'all are around or available near Atlanta, Georgia, May 30th and 31st, y'all are more than, I ain't even gonna say welcome because I'm trying to renege on saying that word, but y'all can absolutely come out, enjoy the vibes, and I would love to see y'all. So come to the Yaya Soul Jam session. And then Quantum Fest, it's no words that's going to explain how much we're going to be doing at the Quantum Fest and how many people we're going to be activating. Just with us getting together as a collective, with all the knowledge that we bring together, it's an event that's going to be something to remember. It's going down in the books for sure. So I can't wait. I'm excited, and I'm honored to be here with all of y'all like-minded individuals.
I say, oh.
So yeah, like that was dope. The point you brought up about AI, and that third verse, in A of A, which is short for Age of Aquarius, like a shortened phrase. I mean, from like CrownLoad's A of A, I really was going there with like trying to come up with my own vocabulary on this project. But A of A is like the shortened, you know what I'm saying? Shortened phrase for A of A. But I wanted to address these A words that, you know, whether it's Age of Aquarius, Armageddon, Apocalypse. There's a lot of A words that are often spoken in these times, right? In these so-called, you know, a lot of Bible enthusiasts would say end times, right? But it's somebody's ending is somebody else's beginning. So I don't know.
Right.
You want to say end times, beginning times for some of us. But what do you guys think about some of those other A words? Aquarius, Apocalypse, Armageddon, like I said, then the other A words.
They all go hand in hand. They all connected. You know, they all, one thing leads to another. Because, you know, the Age of Aquarius, the age of knowing, you know, some would consider the apocalypse, right? Apocalyptic times that we're in. It just all depends on where you are and how you vibrate and how you're looking at things. But they all go hand in hand. And we just in those times where we have to get that rebel spirit, right? We got to be rebels, and we got to go against the system that has kept us oppressed for so long. So I love the way you tied it together and just showing how much everything is connected.
I hear the rebel in there working. Ty, can I segue for 1 second while you over there being fly? Because one of my favorite A words is altitude. Okay, so altitude is here in the building. So allow me to pop my collar and brush my shoulders off real quick when we get this exclusive from two of the greatest to ever touch a microphone, Killah Priest and Tiye Phoenix. Altitude.
Yeah.
Can we go high real quick?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
greatness, the A is sound.
We flying.
Yeah, Priest, Tiye Phoenix. Let's get it.
Killah Priest, Tiye Phoenix.
From a mustard seed, I must succeed. Through storm clouds, the horned owl just brush the trees. The rainfall, I remain small till luckily the grain is tall, but I change form, become a tree. Dusting off my leaves, the moth and bee swirl around me. A world with no boundaries. The ignorant 10% thought it was just a breeze. Throwing dirt cause their heart holds in their hurt. Hey yo, Ty, you know the chart shows when to be alert. This goes from 2 in a verse to a whole universe. The altitude is windy, but through currents and air pockets, a rare prophet. To feel the world is too empty, it's too much to explain. Top pH is the water, so it's only right she rain. And y'all know my name. Yeah, Tidal Wave.
Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we are. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we are. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us.
A royal priest beside a phoenix is no less than fire. Every bar's a power line like an electric wire. We interplanetary beings, we can stand the sun. Been to 23 galaxies like a Samsung. When they speak of royalty, they thinking J and B. I'm talking higher deities and the awakened me. Unmistakably, I leveled up from A to B. Laid this beat like it was masonry, don't play with me. Going higher than the rest of them, flying we caress the wind. Tower over lesser men, taller than the Nephilim. Use it like a sharp sword so you will respect the pen. Claiming my reward every day, I put the effort in. Jewels around the throat chakra like a diamond necklace. Gather knowledge, drop clues like a crime detective. I took the road less traveled, found divine direction. We on the plane of existence with space and time connecting.
Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we are. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we are. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. 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 Fly with us.
Banger.
Fly with us.
Banger.
Love that.
Fly with us.
Banger. Just bang.
Y'all understand now? At first, I was like, "What are you talking about altitude? And why is that an A word? Like, why did he bring it up? Like, do y'all have an understanding now?"
No, yeah. Yes, sir.
You did that.
We flying. They want to fly with us.
That was real raw. I love it. Both of y'all.
amazing.
It's a perfect mix blend of y'all.
You
know,
produced that
without it. Yeah,
Yeah, I did.
She produced that too.
that's dope.
Damn. Listen,
You
full
can just
package
ride with
here.
that playing.
So y'all wanted another verse like me? Y'all was like, "Is there a third verse?" Because I was like, "Oh, where's the third verse? Where they going back and forth?" That's all I'm asking for. You understand what I'm saying? I'm like, where is the third
Right.
Hey, Ty,
They going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo,
I give Ty. Hey, I give Ty great every word that represents greatness, but all A's are silent. So all of them are A's.
Yeah. And you know, in that third verse, yeah, that was altitudes, by the way. Altitudes is out there in the world. Like y'all like, where's the CrownLoad? Like, well, altitudes has been out. Altitudes was released July of 2024 last year. So but in that third verse in A of A, like we were talking about the what do you call it? AI. I say I gave myself permission to rewrite. Well, I say, is AI man's, what is it? What did I say? Greatest ally or man's competition? Or something like that. I said, well, I gave myself permission to rewrite the definition to artist innovation, accurate intuition, active insight, activated in whatever. I changed the A and the I. Artist insight, activated intuition, art, innovative, whatever. So that third verse is basically addressing that AI should be like what Shah said. You know, if you want it to be a tool or agent of your destruction, then it'll be that. If you want it to be your activate activate intuition, artist insight. If you want it to be those things, it can be that too. It takes on the shape like Play-Doh. You turn it into the figure that you envision it to be in your mind. And so that's what I think AI, this whole fear of, oh, it's going to become its own self-governing entity that actually turns against us. I feel like we can still keep our hands on the wheel and control it, make it be what we
That's
want
what
it
they
to
say about us, though.
Right.
That's what they say about us. That ain't it? They
I
say we
heard
run everything.
ancestral intervention. I heard a lot of
All
intelligence.
that.
I don't know what y'all. I don't know. I mean, we be talking all this divine stuff and then be dooming and glooming. I don't know how it works together. I don't know how it coincides together. Is you is or is you ain't my constituency. You understand what I'm saying? So,
It's on the
go ahead. You
individual.
about to go. You was about to go. Go ahead.
The thing about Aquarius, right? It's individuality. Right? It's about the individual and what the individual brings to the collective. So it's how you utilize this technology. If you're utilizing ancestral intelligence, then that's what it's going to be. If you're utilizing artificial intelligence, then that's what it's going to be. Right? So it's what you shape and mold out of whatever this is, because it's nothing new. Right? It could be something that connects to you. Like with the A, for me, the A represents the all. Right? All things. You know what I'm saying? So it's how you connect to all things.
Right.
All things. Wow.
Hey.
Activation.
I'm old, so I seen an episode of Cheers. I don't know if y'all remember that show, Cheers.
Yeah.
They was discussing AI in that show, in this episode. They was at the bar and they was trying to get some insider scoop on the game. And the computer guy was in there talking about how the Boston, what is that? The Boston team was going to lose. They was going to lose the game. You know what I'm saying? So they in this Boston bar and they can't bet against them publicly, so they bet against them privately. And it was at the last second, and Boston lost, so they had to go outside and celebrate. You know what I'm saying? The whole bar looking at them like they crazy. But this is AI right there. You go back to the Twilight Zone, the same thing. Like there's no space where they didn't foreshadow any of these things.
Right.
They jacked all of this stuff from my queen mother, Sophia Stewart, and then put it in their television shows and put it in their movies. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So again, you can flow with Skynet or you can get on Godnet. That's up to you.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah, and I want to happy Mother's Day to all the mothers over here.
Start going off. Wait, Star, you muted. You got to unmute. We got to hear you.
Okay, what I was saying was they want us to be scared, just like they want us to be scared of our ancestors, and they want us to be scared of the occult so that we don't use it. It's ours. So they got us scared of ourselves. So yeah, I mean, anytime you're scared of a machine and the machine is based off of you,
boom.
Then I mean, where do they think who's programming the AI? Humans.
Right.
So if we're the ones programming the AI, then what's the problem?
Exactly.
It's what we're going to program it to do.
Yeah, because I feel like we get so conscious sometimes that we dupe ourselves. Like we so worried about, what English words we say and what they mean. And it's just like it's always going to be energy and intent over everything. And that's not right, because you could say anything, but what's your intent? Right? You could say anything.
Right.
Yeah.
I've seen a few.
Definitely got to be fearless when it comes to that, because if this thing is falling and it has to fall for us to get what we keep saying that we want, then we can't really approach it with fear.
Facts. That's a fact.
I say.
I've seen a few people speak to AI, mainly on TikTok. I've seen a few lives where people are interacting with AI and asking these questions and everything. And what I really grasped from it was more so confirmation. And what I don't want people to do is humble themselves to a computer and recognize that the reason you're asking the questions you're asking is because you already know. You're not learning. You're not learning from the AI machine, because you have to ask the questions to get those answers. And in order for you to formulate those questions, you already know the answer. So just don't forget that.
Yeah, and it's just mirroring you back to yourself.
Right.
That's the most important thing to know.
That's
And
a fact.
They guessing too.
Spellbinding.
You be like, that's not true. They be like, oh,
so
maybe it's
Yeah, because it doesn't. It's artificial intelligence.
Right.
So when we talk
down
about our
somewhere.
intuition, how people ignore their intuition or they second guess themselves, that's the AI will never be able to duplicate the intuition ever. It's not gonna happen.
Right.
Because it doesn't think for itself. It only thinks what's programmed into it.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Before we go to like the next song, that's a good y'all. This is what I wanted. I didn't just want to press play, press stop, press play, press stop. I wanted the build where the genius could, be put out there and everybody could, like just be inspired and we
Get the
could
crown
just kind
load.
of like I didn't want. So before we go to the next song, y'all, we got an intermission, a brief intermission, a game that I want to play. Okay, called 3 questions. Okay, so it's either or. I'm assuming everybody in this build, in this whole coronation ceremony, is raising their vibration or is committed to doing so, right? So here's the question. Hold on. Hold on. Oh yeah. Oh, you got the. Okay, we got the A of A instrumental in the background. Thank you, Knowledge. You can play. Wow, Knowledge he's really professional. I love it. So, I forgot we were supposed to do that. Okay. One or the other. You say, as I've been raising my vibration, I have been attracting more people, or I'm approached by more people, or as I've been raising my vibration, I've been approached by less people. Which would you say? As I raise, because everybody on here is committed to raising vibration, you wouldn't be here. As I've been raising my vibration, or committed to raising my vibration, I am now approached by more people, or I am approached by less people. What does everybody on the panel say? What is their answer?
More.
More.
More. Everybody's getting the expansion. Nobody's finding
getting
that their
the revelation.
vibration.
I'm getting the revelation. So
I was gonna say for me,
I'm not saying more or less. I'm saying I'm getting a revelation because people they move how they move, so they reveal themselves. You see what I'm saying? If they want to be closer to you, that attractive beam is out there. A-alike attract, unalike repel. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So they're going to reveal themselves in that kind of way. So I'm focused on my own ascension and my own self-development, and whatever comes. I don't have a measuring stick to see, but I do know what I see though. And once I see it, I can't unsee it. I peeped you, fam. You understand what I'm saying? I peeped you.
Okay.
Go ahead,
all right.
You about to add on.
So the second question. As I've been raising my vibration, I've seen more examples of telekinesis, telepathy, or teleportation. Which of those 3 have you seen the most examples of, or maybe you haven't seen any examples of it? As I've been raising my vibration, I've been given more evidence of the ability to use telekinesis, teleportation, or telepathy. Which of those 3, combination of those 3, or none of those 3 have you seen evidence of?
All of them for me.
All of them?
All of them.
Uh-oh. You people out here bending spoons right now.
Nice.
All of them.
Bending spoons and minds and consciousness and reality. All of them. Because when you change, all of those things change. So things that used to take a long time to happen, they like instantaneous. You understand what I'm saying? I'm interviewing people. Now I got thousands of interviews. I wait maybe a year or 2 or 3 or 5 or 7. Now it's like it's a couple minutes. Like, all right, fam, we could do it tomorrow. I'm like, what? So being focused and being mindful of those things, like you see things move, you see things shift, you see the universe bend to your will. So are you really prepared for what you're asking for? Like, I've been waiting on this and blah blah blah. So when it show up now, when he show up, when she show up, when they show up, are you prepared for that? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you prepared for the shift that has taken place in you? Do you recognize you now? You see what I'm saying? So
that's pretty deep.
Okay. I got that from Yaya, by the way. Yaya deep.
Okay, the last question, because I said it was 3 questions. This one's going to be a little more spicy. I'm about to turn it up. As I've been raising my vibration, as I've been committed to raising my vibration, I crave more intimacy or I crave less intimacy. And I'm speaking about sexual.
More.
Star. Don't hesitate next time, okay?
More.
Don't hesitate next time.
I've been cooking dinner the whole time that we've been on here. But I also am very isolated. Like I'm not around as many people as I used to be. So with some of these things, I only have certain opportunities to see, okay, am I attracting more? Am I attracting less? And for the last question, telepathy all day. But telepathy has always been something since I was very small that I had, but I have more control over it, because when you have these gifts, sometimes if you're not working on honing them, then you can have it, but if you're not working with it, then you don't really know the full extent. But definitely more, but only a certain type. Like I don't just want I don't just want intimacy with any person. It's got to be somebody that's on that same frequency. So that's also another challenge.
Right.
Because we not doing the old school like, there's none of that. It's gotta match. We not doing that no more. We learn from that.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I agree. I agree with Star, but in a way, for me, I would say less. And the reason why I say less is because I was on the self-love journey, and as I journeyed into that, I realized a lot of what I was looking for, even when it came to the intimacy, it was things that I need to pour back into me. So I feel for me less.
Yeah, I could resonate with that too.
And that was
that's real.
Yeah, I needed that because I was somebody who wanted the intimacy all the time, right? When I wasn't healing, when I wasn't on that healing journey. And because I'm there now, it's like I've given myself all these things that I was looking for outwardly. So, it's less for me.
Yeah, because intimacy, you gave more to self. So you like, I'm not so codependent on someone else choosing to give this to me or not choosing to give this to me.
Right.
Can I shout out Mama T real quick? Because Mama T is listening to us. She CrownLoading and she writing the rhyme to this beat in the background at the same time. Okay, she is in the multiverse right now. She is multiversing right now. I'm like, yo.
Yeah.
If y'all see me bobbing my head, I think I can rap for about 3 seconds because I'm like, Mama T is really writing around right now and listening. To
you do not want Mama T to bust out a freestyle right now. You do not. You don't want Mama T.
Beat up real quick. Hold up.
No, we're not
what
doing
you said?
that.
What you said? Hold up.
No, I want to chime in on what you said though. We're not doing freestyles, Ty. Don't do that. We're not doing that. But listen,
I thought you right. You was writing already. Okay, the style was already there. I just heard.
No, but listen, I wanted to chime in on what Star was saying, what Yaya was saying, because when you placed in a form of isolation, right? That's the reason for that, for you to hone into your telepathy, for you to really start honing into the self-love aspect and learning about you, because now you don't have any distractions around you, good, bad, or indifferent. Whatever goes on is all on you now, right?
Yes.
You have to be relying on yourself for
Yes.
everything that you were relying on others for. Even your thoughts, your beliefs, or your knowledge and your wisdom, all you can hear now is your voice. So that is, and then it magnifies, right? And then the intimacy. Of course, we're human beings, right? We want to have a connection with others, but now once you start learning yourself, you know what you no longer want.
Right.
You know what you no longer want to sacrifice anymore, or what you want to subtract from you in order to get involved with someone else, because then it's a whole nother level that you've graduated to, right? And there's no turning back from that. So now once you've elevated yourself or elevated your frequency, they have to match
that one and then open up the
right? And whoever is around that you may have interest in, you may not. But the thing is, it's matching frequencies. And if the frequency doesn't match, there's no connection. And then that desire for intimacy, it just transmutes into creativity.
That's right.
You know?
Yeah, because it's all the same axis. Like, sexuality is Scorpio. You know what I'm saying? But you can channel that in a Leo way, like, and you can creativity, like, it's all, I mean, we all came from creation, so it's creative energy. Like, it doesn't have to be expressed just in terms of like
physically work.
Yeah.
Right. Scorpio rules reproduction, right? So what are you producing? What are you reproducing? What are you creating? It's like conception. You know what I'm saying? So all of these energies are the same thing. It just depends on how you're resonating. Are you resonating on a high frequency of Scorpio or a low frequency of Scorpio? And that is what you're going to see, happening around you. Or what you're going to attract as well, right? That's the energy you're going to attract.
That's a fact. That's a fact. I told that was a little like intermission. I was like, let me just kind of pick everybody's brain. Let me find out y'all bending spoons and like that's a real X-Men, like, you know.
That's strange, Jack. That's strange. He's the X-Men of the group.
Who's the X-Men? Who's that?
James Birdplay. Yeah, where he at?
Where's Calvin?
Where is he?
Yeah,
right.
I don't know.
Where is he?
He would have came in family. You know, the reason why, you know, he would have broke that down. That Virgo energy would have been like,
I'm about
boom!
to find out where he is.
Yeah, somebody text Strange Wordplay. So we should go to the next song. We on it, number 4. We almost there. You Knowledge hit it, number 4. 4th joint.
Oh, he say he here.
He in the back, he backstage?
Yeah, he say he backstage.
Look at that. Asking you shall receive, seeking you shall
Look
find.
at that.
Doors
Look
shall be
at
opened.
Brother Cal in the building.
What's good with y'all? How y'all feeling?
Amazing. Out here vibing with these amazing people, this panel.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Ty.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
No doubt.
Thank you for coming through.
No doubt. Big Ashe.
Big Ashe. Thank you. Likewise. It's been a very, very mind expanding
exchange here with these incredible minds. And we just literally played like an intermission game. I asked 3 questions and everybody gave some insightful answers. So real quick, I'm gonna ask you before we go to the next song, like, since you've been raising your vibration, have you been approached by more people or approached by less people?
Well, I've been approached by people in regards to all right, so here's the thing. If you have a lyran aspect to you, right? Some people are going to approach you because you have a healing aspect. So oftentimes people may tell you all their problems, like, yo, man, I'm going through this or I'm going through that, because you have a healing attribute and you have that ability to actually transmute that energy. So I've been getting more people being a healer come to me with their problems, inboxing me, I'm going through this, I'm going through that. And, you know, I have to transmute that energy, you know, so pretty much I've been getting more people coming to me.
More people more people feeling more welcome and approaching you. Okay. The second question was, since you've been committed to raising your vibrational frequency, which of these abilities have you seen more of? Teleportation, telekinesis, or telepathy?
I would say teleportation. I have had experiences when, you know, all right, so typically when we dream, we notice that we're right in the middle of the dream when the dream starts, right? We don't notice the very beginning. But what I have had the ability of experiencing lately is some sort of portal opening up, and I'm literally pulled through almost at light speed. Is the best way to explain it. So I don't know if it's teleportation. I don't know if I'm being abducted, but it's some form of astral projection experience where I'm just being pulled through, or I'm experiencing the dream from the very beginning. I'm not seeing the middle. I'm just seeing the inception of the dream where I'm pulled through this vortex and I'm up here at the other end of some sort. That's what I've been experiencing.
Okay. Okay.
Things of that nature.
Okay, so definitely, all right, definitely leaving this realm, going into other realms, traveling, multi-dimensional experiences. Ma'am. That's dope.
Now,
and
I will say in regards to telepathy that I have had those experiences where, let's say, hypothetically speaking, I'm watching TV and I think of a word. The person on TV say the same word. Or they'll call me. Things like that happen as well.
Yeah. Exactly. That's happened. That's been happening a lot, you know. Even I think you know, even when you raise your frequency, have you guys noticed? You say, I need a green pair of green linen pants. I'm looking for green linen pants that flare out. And you'll go to the mall and you'll walk by a storefront and there will be the exact pair of pants that you envisioned in your mind. You're like, damn.
Yes.
So
I've noticed that.
And essence, it's almost like all the above. I have experienced all of them to some degree, to be honest with you. You know, but I have a little more astral projection experience, so I will go with the teleportation one. Then.
Teleportation, okay. Yeah. And the last one, which was a little more spicy, but
okay.
Since you have been committed to raising your vibration, your vibrational frequency, you have craved intimacy with others more or less?
I would say I'm more cautious of my frequency due to the fact that I understand that sex is a sacred energy exchange. And I know that, you know, in regards to that, it's a situation where at that particular point in time, you're putting yourself out there more. It's just, you know, it's that vampiric energy. You kind of have to safeguard yourself more, if anything, to be honest with you.
Okay, so
I'll say safeguarding you. Yes, less. That's the answer to that.
Okay, that's
okay.
That's what Yaya said. Star actually kind of, you know, spoke something on along similar lines. And I've always, you know, not to go out. I don't want to go down a road that will end up like really just staying on that trajectory. It could just get really controversial, but I believe that when you raise that men raising their vibration versus women raising their vibration and how that impacts intimacy, it impacts us differently because we nurture and protect and have wombs that keep humans safe so that when, you know, they can make it through the 9th month and we can deliver them. Like we're more, you know, protective of, you know, and more about security and stability. And you guys have billions of sperm by the end of the week. So you raising your vibration and that affecting your desires and that is different from how it affects our. Am I right, y'all? Am I going down a road that I
No,
shouldn't?
you are
I
right.
should just put the car in reverse and turn it.
You can keep the car there. It's fine. Nah, it's a good conversation to have because it needs to be talked about actually, you know. But I think as you ascend in consciousness, you kind of develop the mind over matter in essence. Like the matter is the physical body, and once you envelop the essence of the mind, you realize that the physical body. I mean, typically, I was just talking about this on my live. How the reptilian brain. I'll mention Dr. Jewel Pookrum. I love Dr. Jewel Pookrum, right? And Dr. Jewel Pookrum actually made mention of the 7 circuits of the brain. And she made mention of how the reptilian brain is the first circuit that actually deals with fight or flight, sex, things of that nature, which is the brainstem. Then we go to the second circuit of the brain, which actually is the insect brain, typically attributed to ants, bees, the hive mind, following social constructs and things of that nature, following a crowd. Then we go to the third circuit of the brain, which typically is attributed to the bird brain, right? And the bird brain is associated with logic. Basically, I have to see it to believe it, right? And then obviously we go to the fourth circuit of the brain, which is attributed to the mammalian aspect, dealing with the heart, more of the heart, basically. You kind of feel things more, not less the logic, more than less feeling things. Then we get into the fifth circuit of the brain, which is attributed to intuition. All right, having that intuitive sight. That's where a lot of us are. We're now in that intuitive sight stage, right? Where we're in the heart, and the fifth. Sixth circuit, pardon me, would be ESP, or extrasensory perception. This is what I'm going to be talking about at the Quantum Fest, things like this. Then we get into 7, we're talking about activating the frontal lobe, where you have full access to the electromagnetic spectrum now. We're talking about things like flight, clairvoyance, telekinesis, different abilities and things of that nature, which they affect. Now, the deletions runners matrix, their objective is to keep us tethered to the first circuit or the second circuit of the brain, dealing with fight or flight. Like when you see people worried about their bills, how they're gonna make it survive, they're in fear. That's attributed to the reptilian portion of the brain. Then when you see people don't want to leave their job, that's attributed to the insect part. They're worried about the masses. They're worried about what people think of them. All right, so this is pretty much how they keep us tethered to those circuits of the brain. But we have the ability of getting to the 7th circuit once we start to fully harness our true primordial ability.
And shout to the goddess Jewel Pookrum, who raised us all.
Yes. So I have a question. Ty. So for people who, and I know everybody's at different stages in their consciousness. Some people just woke up like last year. Other people have been awake since, they were 12. Some people were born and it just, so I want to know, for people who have kind of been on this path for over 20, 30 years, like myself, how different, I guess, right now are you processing things? Because it's one thing to be like a newly conscious person and, but the OGs or the people whose lights came on in the 90s, how different are things for you? I'm asking because I'm one of those people.
Yeah. And I can testify to that, knowing that, you've been on that journey. I've been on that journey. It's not like the light bulb has just been flipped into the on position. So the way I look at everything in my present day world, it's just really about commitment to purpose for me at this point. It's about, we sometimes get pulled into the soap operas and the drama of shit because you're still in a body with a pulse and a heartbeat and you're on a third dimensional plane. And, people be like, I'm in 5D. And I'm like, nah, I still get sleepy. I still get hungry. Like, I'm still dealing with 3D shit. Like I wake up every day at 5:30 to go to a job. I am a counselor, for those who know, who don't know. I'm a 8th grade counselor. So I wake up every day and do that. And being in, and I do feel like sometimes to really even go deeper to answering your question, Star, I feel like I'm in between worlds. I'm not gonna lie to you.
and yes, and that's why I asked. That's why I asked, because yeah, you all at work, no doubt, but yes, when you still are tethered to certain things here for whatever reason, and also if we're all still here, then I mean, okay, some people may, there's what is I'm trying to get my thought. So like it's a journey, not a destination.
That's right.
A process, not a destination. So yeah, one person may have this aspect, but then they can't stop eating sugar, or this person can do this, but then they can't leave white women alone. So
yo, stop! It's off the chain. Yo, drop a bomb on that knowledge.
They sugar is bad. They sugar is real bad up here.
Yo, they can't leave.
My consciousness journey came from birth. It was an inheritance. My mother and my father were in the streets before me. So they were on the streets helping people with herbs, like literally raising people from the dead, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, like catchers on dope and getting them off of heroin and all of that. So it's not I read a book and Shazam, I got a CrownLoad. You understand what I'm saying? I got a life load. Like when you start walking in the life. So for the people who read them spiritual books and all these wisdoms of the sages, it is dope to read them. It is hell to experience them. When you become Jesus and you got a Judas next to you, like, oh shit, I just thought it was a cool story. Like, damn, like, yo, that couldn't have been me, son. So you start going through those little faculties of what you wasn't doing that your ancestors you think they did, and you might have looked at it like ain't no way in hell, and then you in hell doing that thing. You understand what I'm saying? So you go through all of the processes of reformation to see why they wrote things and tried to warn you, and nobody can tell you nothing. You just running down the hill. Now, hopefully, you walking down the hill. You ain't running down the hill no more. You understand what I'm saying? So it's the thing over time where you can go sit in a C. Freeman L lecture for 7 hours. Now you giving a 4-hour lecture. You understand what I'm saying? Like, wait a minute, you never envisioned in your mind, like, I don't know if I'm worthy or if I'm ready or whatever the case may be. These are mediums. Like, I'm listening to Steve Coakley for 10 hours. You understand? It's like, ain't no way I can retain all of this stuff. But I find myself going back in appreciation and in gratitude for my mother did, what my father did, what my grandmother and my grandfather. I don't want to hear nothing from you if I don't know nothing about your mother or father. Honestly, like, I'm like, nah, I don't know your lineage. I don't even know who you are a part of. Where did you come from, fam? You understand what I'm saying? Like, who your mom and them?
And even and to add on to that, like those of us who may have, like people who may have grew up in the church and went completely against that because you always knew something about it didn't resonate with you. But if you hadn't grown up in that and had that resistance, would you still have come to? Because there's children who grow up and their parents are conscious and they vegan and all that, and the child grows up and becomes they do the cipher, like, I want the steak even though I know it's not real. Like, they go complete exactly. So no, thank y'all, because I just that's a thing I think that doesn't, I mean, I want to use my words correctly here. It's like, it's okay for people, like when she asked some questions, if you're not experiencing telepathy, if you're not experiencing telekinesis, if you're not, it doesn't make you any less.
Right.
You feel, because I feel like as we grow and elevate, we still keep a lot of those lower frequency attributes to where I know there's a lot of people that are turned off by people who are quote unquote conscious or woke, because it's almost like an air of, well, I know this and you don't.
Yeah, you forget.
Or like the right
superiority.
Right.
I think
elitism. Yeah. You forget you was a regular dude that was eating jingles and annihilators, and somebody had to walk you through that process.
And
You know what I'm saying?
and these new babies,
Yeah.
I don't know how many of y'all spend time around like the 2000 era babies, 90s babies. These babies are coming in on their own. Like, I've been around some of them, and they may be on their bullshit, but in terms of like their intellect and what they're receptive to and what they resonate on, they are miles ahead of where we were when we were their age.
If
Like,
you're listening to them, right? If you're
miles.
not, you just assuming. If you
Right.
sit and listen to them and you give them your ear and you authentic and you straight up,
I'm
blah, blah,
raising one.
yeah.
I'm raising one. Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I think that because of the times we in, those are ancestors that's returning.
Absolutely.
Time. So
Absolutely.
we keep that in mind. Like, they are far more advanced because, first of all, they're not as indoctrinated or as programmed as our era is. They're fearless. You know, they're warriors. They're the real rebels, right? So it's like a lot that we can learn from that generation if we, first of all, come out of that whole, oh, I think I know everything, or I'm older, I'm wiser. That does not mean anything. You know, I learn a lot from this younger generation. And this is literally how I learned so much, just by watching and analyzing them. So I think for us that have had the knowledge for so long, it's very important that we remain open and optimistic, because I'm always learning every single day. You know, just
Absolutely.
like I do say, a man who knows something knows they know nothing at all.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Or I learned that I don't know anything. So
absolutely,
I keep that in mind. And I'm not opposed to learning, no matter how old or young or whatever the person is.
Yeah,
I just
don't got an age.
have information. I'm open and receptive to it if I resonate with it. So, yeah.
All right. Absolutely. Thank y'all. Appreciate that.
So you're not tripping, Star. You good?
No.
Oh no, I didn't think I was tripping. But I feel like that it's, you know, because there's always somebody who won't ask a question,
right?
Yeah.
And I don't care if somebody, I don't care. I'm gonna ask the question. Like, it doesn't take anything
And
away.
we could
from me
recreate
to
a new
ask the
normal.
question. Right.
Because we come from generations where it was from plantation safety that certain safeguards was there, and nobody explained it to you. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like, yo, something happened to me. They don't talk to you about that. They carry those scars and wounds to their grave, because children were supposed to be seen and not heard. It was for their safety. It wasn't from a rule thing. Like, you in an environment that's total control, something can happen to you at any time. So instead of them translating and sitting down, like, all right, before I check up out of here, this is why certain things happen, blah, 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 this. You know what I'm saying? So if we can do it, if we could be the generation that remembers what it was like trying to be heard, and keep that mindful with the next generation, like, what's going on with you? Come talk to me. Tell me what's happening. Blah, blah. Let's sort this out. Let's work this out. I want to hear you. I would like for you to hear me, and we do this together. All of the generations after will be open. That's a new normal that we return back to. You see what I'm saying? So as long as we keep this plantation living life type of situation, and not explaining things that happen. Like, when I found out something, I sat my children down like, fam, everything I told y'all was a lie. Because that's what I learned. And this is what everything that I learned in that point, it was a lie. So I had to do a Day of Atonement with my children. I'm sitting there looking at them in my eyes like, yo, my mother and them, they did the best that they could. Even with all of the greatness that they did, they had some shortcomings. And I manifested them shortcomings into life. So I had to relearn how to parent. I don't even know if I'm qualified to be your father. You understand what I'm saying?
Talk about it, brother. Talk
so
about
from this day forward, I got to put my ego to the side. I got to put my great authoritarian piece to the side and just have a seat and be like, all right. My daughter like, fam, you know you done fucked up, right? You know what I'm saying? She did me like Bill Duke. She's like, you know you done messed up. Let me talk to you real quick. You understand? So being open to that.
We can apologize to our children. Our parents would not, my mother would never apologize for being wrong or what?
Are we going to continue in unrighteous rebellion, or are we going to continue in righteous rebellion? You see what I'm saying? Righteous rage, righteous rebellion, and righteous reformation, righteous healing. You see what I'm saying? What does that look like? it sounds good until you upset. Can you do it in that moment where you on fire and you can remember? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's pretty.
Well, you know, the old folks used to always say, when you know better, you do better, right?
Better. Right.
So whatever you did, if you found out at a later date that you could have or should have done something different, at that moment when you accept that accountability, like, I learned more, I'm wiser, I'm more experienced, I'm more mature. If I could rewind the clock, would I have done something different? Would I have walked a different road? Possibly. But it's the road that I took that led me to where I am right now. So there's no regrets. I can be accountable for what choices I made. And at that point, if I know that what I did possibly created some sort of harm, like Knowledge said, which was very Saturnian, I'm going to come to you and tell you that everything I told you was based on a lack of knowledge. Now that I have knowledge of self, to the point my name is Knowledge Born, I'm coming to tell you that I didn't give you that knowledge that I now have. But that's a part of life.
Right.
I got my behind whooped out of the frame. I got the extension cords. I got all kinds of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? So when I came to them, I had to reframe my mind, but I had to go seek somebody with wise counsel. Like how do you correct that? Like, how do you unlearn what happened? I'm like, they got hands and feet and pots, and I got all kinds of clogs and all kinds of stuff. You understand what I'm saying? So why would I do that to somebody? And I say this is for their own good, and I love them, and I'm physically harming them. What cycle am I perpetuating and continuing? Am I allowing them to go in the world to be abused? And somebody said that they love them and they're supposed to be all right. That was something I had to think of and come to a cognitive space within myself. And I explained that. You see what I'm saying? So that's one thing. If you can reform that past, your present is truly a gift, and your future will start to align itself. As long as you misalign, I don't care what it looked like aesthetically, externally, you got an internal battle going on. It's going to show up, and it's going to destroy everything that you seeking to build because you're self-defeated.
Whooping the kids came from when we were prisoners of war, and when they named it slavery, and then they induced those same actions in us when we start whooping and using belts and things of that nature to now discipline. That's the same way they would so quote unquote discipline us during that when we were prisoners of war, what they called the slave, the transatlantic slave, and then we carried that. And
it would be again plantation learning, plantation living. So if I got you real bad, hopefully the plantation owner ain't touch you. You see what I'm saying? So either way, like understanding that. Like, I'm going to shut you down before anybody else shut you down. I'm going to make you look crazy before anybody else look crazy because they might add something to it type of situation. So, you know, you hear terms like, I brought you in this world, I'll take you out type of situation. It comes from that same place. And until we reconcile some of those things, we really, you know, are doing ourselves a disservice and everybody that's around us in that way because we start championing those things. They be like, you know, what happened to me? I came out all right. Like, we just championing abuse and perpetuating cycles. Like, that's bugged out.
But trauma was normalized.
Yeah.
Trauma was normalized and became a standard. It became a standard of our culture. You know, like you said, I beat you with the first thing in my hand. I was making mashed potatoes. I had the spoon in my hand. That's what you know, there's things that we all grew up in different households with different parents, but I bet you we can all relate to probably at least 10 of the same experiences, the same catchphrases. Like, I took you in what is it? I brought you in the world.
You out.
Right. You see what I'm saying? Now I didn't live in Yaya house, but how she know that and I knew that?
Exactly.
How many of y'all grandmothers made y'all get your own switch?
Yep.
Parents made
Yeah, all of that. Now, all them people that was calling and texting me talking about why we gotta wait to the end of the show. Don't make me out to be no fool.
Get the bomb ready.
Don't make me out to be no fool.
CrownLoad's TP, not EP, TP for Tiye Phoenix. The CrownLoad's TP is now live on Bandcamp.
Yeah.
$777 $777.77. All right. Okay, pay your tithes and your offerings.
Hey,
Okay,
I like it.
pay your tithes and your offerings.
Yeah.
I'm telling y'all, I'm bookable. Don't play now.
Shout to GU Dollar. Shout to GU Dollar in the chat. I gotta shout him out. He is the producer that did the collaboration for me and Havoc, and he produced. We listened to "Scared of the Rebel" earlier, the Billie Holiday inspired. That was GU Dollar. So Who We Are featuring Havoc and Safa, my daughter. That's at the top of my page on Instagram, pinned there forever.
Yeah.
Produced by GU Dollar. And this next joint is also produced by GU Dollar. And I want to say that Holistic Remedies, bringing up Dr. Jewel Pookrum, one of Dr. Jewel Pookrum's main messages was brain balancing. Like you talked about the 7 stems of the brain and the reptilian brain, which is the lower brain, which is fight or flight, sleep, sex, that are like people staying in that, versus the mammalian brain, versus the higher cerebral cortex. All of that, like, you know, that you mentioned, Calvin, I'm bringing it up for a reason, because Dr. Pookrum always talked about brain balancing, using the left hemisphere as much as the right hemisphere. The right hemisphere is you being creative and intuitive and that telekinesis stuff. The left hemisphere is you making logical decisions. Like, I'm not going back to that old relationship. Like, or I need to, you know, have this particular set of habits in place. You need the left and right hemisphere working collectively, and they are bridged by the corpus callosum. Sorry, y'all know I'm a counselor, like I said, so my psychology stuff coming out. But the reason why I'm bringing that up, thank you, Calvin, because we're going to build right after we play this small clip. This next song is called Limitless, which, as you know, there was a movie called Limitless about using the whole brain. And I want to build after we watch the clip on whether or not we're using 80%, 20%, 60%, because some people don't believe that whole, we only use 20% of our brain. Some people say it's a lie, but go to the Limitless clip knowledge, and then I'll let y'all take it away, because I know y'all got mad gems on all of that. So
I just want to shout out Mama T real quick. I told y'all she was writing the verse. She wrote that verse, and now she's back. Okay,
you know she writing though. You don't even see no pen in her head.
I just seen it. You know what I'm saying? I seen it like a zenith. You understand what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I seen it like a zenith. You know, I'm gonna stop by, man.
Mama T, she rhyme on here like, yo,
she
and Calvin.
She rhyming
and
right
Star.
Now. Oh yeah, I clicked on Cal profile and I got healed. You understand? In like 2 seconds. That's why I was talking like I was talking. I was like, wait a minute, I got a rap-listic healness going on. I had a, you know what I'm saying, a moment. That's one of them things I got from I Am God Frequency. You know, she'll be here all day. Make sure y'all check her out. Show them some love. She said, where them crowns at? Where them crowns at? So pick your crown up and load it. Oh, my bad. All right.
Limitless.
Yes.
You ain't got to play the whole thing either.
That's what he told me. He told me I was limitless. Okay. After your crying and your complaining and sobbing, you still remain on the bottom. I'm having awakenings and epiphanies in my noggin. You rappers slower than possums. The flow, you know it's a problem. I'm putting my bars in even more places that's no Verizon. You folded like an envelope, choking on my pen smoke. Any one of y'all can get it, friend, foe, kinfolk. Pay me, nigga, send dough, cash app, Venmo. Punchline super petty like a 50-cent post. Savageness of thin hoes, actresses, Glenn Close. F the world, only family matters, Eddie Winslow. Got a deadly femme flow, but gritty is hard, granted. I'm not afraid to get down and dirty like car mechanics. Man, they can hardly stand it ever since the goddess landed. I show you how you turn your light up on a dark planet. My flow is magic like blood moving through capillaries. God is my advocate, who cares if you my adversary? I'm different, too many styles, you can't follow the cadence. Glow my aura, shine brighter than the strip out in Vegas. Ain't no save, they're coming to save us, now it's not the time to stop. I never battle in my comments with you cyberbots. I see behind the madness, y'all be rhyming average. You see your highness is lavish, I'm in designer fabric. Women keep their heads spinning like a vinyl classic. All this pussy rap, but you ladies don't know vagina magic. BBL get my behind padded, oh never. Y'all repel me like two magnets that you hold together. I rain and hail at the same time, that's snowy weather. You don't wanna cross the line, that's an overstepper. You hoes nude, I'm a whole mood and a fly suit. We can see your true colors like some half-dyed roots. You can't spin the clock back, that's a time loop. A heavy step on niggas, Mary J. Blige boots.
Mary J. Blige boots.
Remember this.
Y'all better be getting the album right now. Don't be making me look bad. $777.77. Go get it right now. Run it up.
You already know who the winner is, baby. I'm limitless.
I am blessed. I am chosen. I am favored. I am protected. I am provided for. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. No force can hinder what you have ordained for my life. I step into divine alignment, walking in the wisdom that comes not from the world, but from the spirit within.
That was dope.
That was crazy, Ty.
Everybody here, it's like 90 people here. If everybody use that 777 stimulus check and 77 cents to go get the album, we'd be all right. You know what I'm saying?
So
Like,
the chorus, if you couldn't hear, I mean, because when you guys get the album, you'll be able to hear it in HD wave, so you'll hear everything clear. But the chorus was, I woke up this morning, God told me, remember this, don't forget you're limitless. That's what, so, and then at the end, I'm sure you guys heard of Neville Goddard when he was like, I'm blessed, I'm favored, I have no weapon formed against me. That was Neville Goddard. Y'all know who Neville Goddard is, right?
Right.
Yes.
That was fire. I like it.
I love the part where you said be looking for a savior. Like, basically, ain't nobody coming to save us, because that's absolutely right. Like, we always taught to look outside of ourselves for a savior, and we save ourselves from what? Ourselves. So I love that you put that in there. As far as the limitless part, I absolutely love the title of it. Just the message behind it, because we are taught to have limits. We taught sky is the limit. It's not, right? We are limitless beings. We are multi-dimensional beings. We are light beings. We are so many things in one, right? We are the I am. So I love the overall message, and yeah, ain't nobody coming to save us. We got to save ourselves.
Ty, hold up, Ty. Look at me real quick. Look at your brother, okay?
Yes, sir.
The versatility of the verbal skilletry that's going on. Did y'all hear her flip her flows up? Like, did y'all hear her flip the style of her flow, cadence, and rhythmic? I'm like, wait a minute, hold up.
Right. Too many styles. You can't follow the cadence. But shine brighter than the lights on the Vegas. Ain't no savior coming to save us. Now is not the time to stop.
I was like, wait.
I love that. It feels like everything that you're rapping about, you actually live. Like, anybody could string a bunch of words together, but I felt every word, every bar that you said. Like, she absolutely did that shit. Like, 100%.
God is my advocate. I don't care if you're my adversary. God is my advocate. You understand? God is my advocate.
I don't care if you're my, what I say, you know, my advocate. I don't care if you're my adversary. Who cares if you're my adversary? God is my advocate, or something like God is my advocate. Who cares if you're my adversary? That's what I say.
That's a whole bar on the t-shirt. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, I need that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was fire. Good. I loved it. I love the lyrics and the content. Obviously, I'm all about high vibrational lyrics, especially when we see things like Sinners coming out. I made a video about how a lot of the music nowadays is opening different dimensions and frequencies and portals and wormholes. So we have to really be conscious of the content we're putting out. So that's really what it's about. It's about really raising a frequency with the things that we put out. So yeah, I loved it.
Thank you. And you're right, Calvin. More than ever now, you can't be like, well, I was just rapping. I was just talking. Mm-hmm. You can't do that now, because the frequency of the planet is changing, and the environment, or, you know, our immediate environment, where, you know, everything is shifting. The Schumann resonance I think it's really dangerous to be like, well, I was just saying some words. I didn't think about what the impact of those words was going to be. Like, I think that's
Well,
dangerous.
they about to see. They gonna learn today, like Kevin Hart said.
Exactly.
They gonna learn today.
The people who was in charge of the concentration camps, they said they were just following orders. They were just doing their job.
Yeah. And Calvin, I wanted you to build on that because you had kind of like gone there early because you have that intuitive awareness. You were talking about the different portions of the brain, but are we whole brainers? I think that's what Dr. Pookrum. And let me just tell y'all real quick. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Calvin. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, I'm sorry.
I was literally just going to say, like, Dr. Pookrum, my connection, like, okay, you guys know about Henrietta Lacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know Henrietta Lacks? That's the woman, the healer cell. Y'all don't know. Like, this is not a regular listening party, chat. I told y'all it wasn't going to be regular. It's nothing regular, degular. Like, like, this music is too powerful. We not playing those types of games. Henrietta Lacks was the woman who they used her cells. Johns Hopkins University used her cells and didn't pay her shit. They used it for everything. Okay. So my mother growing up, God bless my mother on Mother's Day. I know she's in the ethers. I know she's proud right now. Shout to all those, even Star, who I know, whose mothers have transitioned, celebrating the mother on the Mother's Day. My mother lived 4 doors down from Henrietta Lacks when they were children. So my mother told me when I was young that she could hear Henrietta Lacks and the families crying. She told me all the stories. Like, I heard these stories just as a child. So one day I'm listening back in the day, shout to Blog Talk Radio back in the day. I'm listening to Dr. Jewel Pookrum. Right. Dr. Jewel Pookrum, Blog Talk Radio. I'm listening. And she's talking about Henrietta Lacks and the thing she's saying. I'm like, my mother told me all of this about how they had twins and the twins died. That one of the twins drowned when they were young. Like, one of the twins was at the water, at the river or whatever, and the other one was home. But while the one twin was drowning, the one that was home ran outside and started screaming out of nowhere. They were separate. One was at the river, one was home. But the one that was drowning, like, while the other one was at home, he just started screaming, which speaks to the alignment, like the cellular alignment of twins. Like, even, you know about that quantum entanglement, like this quantum entanglement where, one twin could burn their finger on the stove, the other one could be 300 miles away, but the one that's 300 miles away feels the sensation of the burn, the quantum entanglement, right? So my mother told me all about this, about the twins and how she would be crying because she had a very rare form of cervical cancer. That's why they took her cells. They used her cells for everything. That was a movie, HBO movie too. But anyway, my point is this. I was listening to Dr. Jewel Pookrum's Blog Talk Radio show back in the day. And she was talking about Henrietta Lacks and the cells. And I was like, wow, that was like a conversation, a childhood conversation I had with my mom when she was just talking to me about her childhood. And I called in to tell Dr. Pookrum about how my mother had shared with me all those stories about Henrietta Lacks. And I knew everything without reading the book. I knew everything that was in the book because my mother had told me. And all of that to say, at that point, I felt a connect, like I do with all of you all. I felt a connection with Dr. Pookrum because I happened to turn it on right when she was talking about that. And it reminded me of like conversations with my mother and the whole thing. But Calvin, I know you probably got mad insight on being a whole brainer and all of that. So I'm gonna let you.
Well, the whole brain theory is referred to as the holonomic brain theory, and it's basically the belief that our brain waves perceive in holographic form, like holographic waves or whatever the case may be. It's a theory that was believed, but I personally feel like as time progressed, they lowered us through the graphene oxide, the genetically modified organisms, the chemtrails, the fluoride, etc. Their objective, obviously, I believe we really can use all circuits of the brain, as Dr. Drew Pooper made mention of the 7 circuits. But I believe that they have the ability of keeping us in certain circuits strategically based on certain sounds, colors, and harmonic frequencies. They have the ability of actually, they can even activate sleeper cells or Manchurian candidates to actually shoot up a place or mass shooting based on a certain frequency. Literally, they experimented with it in the military, in the public school systems. They basically use that as a form to study the insect portion of the brain, right, with large crowds, right? And then they use the projects. All right, and here's the real thing: the projects was really a project, really, where it was designed to study the neurophysiology of the neuromelanated, right, the melanated people, the melanated people, to see exactly what they would do in adverse situations. All right, for money, whatever the case may be. And they knew our melanin was absorb all forms of light, so they will put us around no light, concrete, broken glass, etc. Because our melanin is a quantum computer that absorbs all forms of light and all forms of information, right? So this is one of the things where they can manually put you into certain circuits based on different studies and testing. You know, they can literally, they know about the holonomic brain. They know we can embody any essence of the brain, any area of the brain. So they kind of use certain things and machinations to keep us in certain brain areas that they want to keep us in, whether it's the reptilian portion or whether it's the bird brain or whether it's the logic brain. They have the basically putting us in each portion of the brain. But ultimately, I believe that we are whole brain and we can use it all if we weren't being messed with, if we weren't being played, if they wasn't dumping chemtrails over us, except for example, if they wasn't putting red 40, yellow 6, and blue 5 and our foods and things of that nature, then we would have the ability of fully embodying the whole magnitude of our brain power. That's just my theory. You know,
Yeah,
but
that's deep.
Go ahead, my fault.
That's deep. Ty also said something earlier, the corpus callosum.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the bridge between the 2 hemispheres, and there's a white matter, right? But this white matter is destroyed by things like stress, anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes, stress,
Your
anxiety,
daily
and
life and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, so when it comes to the whole brain, it's the things that you mentioned, but it's also as simple as controlling our emotions. Like one thing that I think about is how they say, you know, free will, there's universal law and all these things, and they prefer for you to acquiesce to things instead of them you know, forcing things on you. They want you to agree to it so that there's no kind of karma that they have to deal with. So instead of them doing mind control and you being against your free will, instead of controlling your mind, they'll just, you know, control your emotions, right? You know, but these are faculties of your brain and your heart. But, you know, your heart is a brain. So, you know, controlling your emotions is its own form of mind control, but it's more so now your fault because you're supposed to have control over your emotions, you know. So if you let these emotional things trigger you, that lack of emotional control is on you and not anybody else. So they don't have to you know, face the backlash of putting you through that.
That's
typically when the way they control your emotions, again, is through the fear and through a lot of the things that we've been brainwashed to believe we need. You know, so again, one of the biggest things is realizing that we're in a holographic world, right? And what that being said, that means that we can manipulate light photons. We can manifest things like that, right? Because we can control, everything's based on light code spectrometry, which means that we can manipulate light like that. So now with that being said, they utilize things like fear to induce the emotional state, to keep us like, okay, oh damn, I gotta worry about how to pay this light bill. And then once you're in that fight or fight, that survival, you're in the reptilian. You don't have the ability of going to the other circuits because you're so too worried about how you're gonna pay this bill. Most people can't ascend or step into higher levels of consciousness due to the fear. It's really, a lot of it is attributed to fear and things of that nature. That's really the biggest thing, is breaking the cycles of fear, so we can then go into step into find out more about ourselves on the other end.
And then so with the fear, it's like, all right, so boom, we got this fear, but now I have to remember that fear is usually like a secondary emotion. There's really an emotion that comes before the fear that's what has to be addressed. So people got to really go back into themselves. This is the accountability, right? Because if you really think about fear, it's like I'm only afraid of things I've never dealt with. So it's illogical because I don't even know how this is going to go for me. The fear is usually illogical. Now, when it comes to like a bear is running, I'm afraid. A tiger, a lion, that's logical. You know what I'm saying? That's probably not even fear. It's probably something different. It probably deserves a better name.
Adrenaline.
Yeah, adrenaline. There we go. I appreciate it. I appreciate that one.
Wow. Yeah, that's you're right. I mean, you can't really access, like, there are superpowers, like we were talking earlier about, are you seeing more evidence of telekinesis, teleportation, telepathy, whatever? But there are superpowers that we all possess that we haven't even seen a fraction of them because of the fact that maybe we are fearful of this or scared of that or worried about this. And you're right, when you induce the fear state, you really prevent, us being kept in that frequency, the fear frequency. It really will block you. It will block you from accessing those other portions of the brain, because I believe that autism and certain so-called mental certain diagnoses are just sometimes, not all the time, sometimes it's just the fact that these individuals are accessing portions of the brain and they don't know how to maybe come back. Like sometimes you take a trip, but you come back home. Like sometimes you ventured off into some part of your brain, but you don't know how to reel it back. That's what I think. It's not always an illness. Sometimes you just can venture off into different compartments in the brain and you see things and know things, but you don't know how to integrate it where, it's got to be balanced. It's got to be balanced.
And once you find that soul tribe you was talking about, it all makes sense. So when you find those likes or those like minds that's with you that think on that level, all of a sudden you're not, quote unquote abnormal. That's normal over there. You see what I'm saying? So you abnormal in an environment that people can't actualize. So high functioning, if they in higher levels of mathematics or science or they healers, whatever the case may be, they don't have a normal trajectory that regular folks have. They have to find regular folks have to find their purpose. And when they find their purpose and what they're here to do, then all of a sudden they go from normal to abnormal. Now your friends is like, yo, you bugging. You can't do that. What you know about this and blah, blah, blah. They start doing those things. You was just a friend yesterday. You understand what I'm saying? You made this decision right here to do this or to do that. So you're going to find and connect with those people who resonate with that to help you accomplish that mission if you stay connected to it. You see what I'm saying? So if you look at those aspects, you align them in places where they can use their gifts. You see what I'm saying? They can use their gifts and their talents, and they become spaces of nurturing. And now they look at you with gratitude, like, thank you for introducing me to this group of people where I can learn to cultivate these gifts. So I don't feel like an outcast. I don't feel like this is a punishment. I feel like this is a reward. You see what I'm saying? So whatever that purpose is, that was one of the reasons why we learned to study beforehand. If these are really our ancestors' return, then we should know which one. And we should know what mission or path that they have. Now we really are guides. You see what I'm saying? Like a guidance counselor. That was your mother and your father in your house. But at school, there's one person. At home, if your father was rightly guided, he can guide you through a process. You see what I'm saying? And your mother's a wonderful counselor. She know you ailing before you ailing. Come over here. What's wrong with you? What you got going on?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So that wonderful counselor that we ascribe to the Christ deity, that's your mother. You understand what I'm saying? Like she knows you. She knew you. Then when the Bible said I knew you in the womb of your mother, that's your mama talking. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so get it all together in regards to the proper alignment so you can have that. All of these things work in tandem and they work together. So you should know who that person is and what their soul's mission and their soul's lesson to learn in this incarnation. So if you read their charts, whatever sort of space that you're working to deal with is something that will give you an aforementioned space to be able to be a proper guide and a proper example, and then cultivate the proper environment for this star seed or whatever high frequency being is coming into existence, so they can just actualize their experience unfeathered. You know what I mean? So I got that from Yaya. She texted me that. That's why I read it. I read it out loud. Go ahead, Yaya.
No, I'm learning from you. I'm learning.
I got it from you. Okay. Off your website. AskYaya.com. Okay. Go over there if y'all want to be smart.
Y'all, this is what I said. I told people it wasn't just going to be press play stop. These are too many brilliant minds, too many high frequencies in one location to just, the music is supposed to be the soundtrack to our lives, so we can build on our lives and have music, accompany that, but I definitely am so I'm inspired in ways. You talk about getting CrownLoads, but speaking of which,
ain't this the next track, CrownLoad?
I was going to say let's play CrownLoads next, but I think what we should play next is Reset.
Okay.
Let's play Reset next.
All right. They need to reset themselves over to Bandcamp and buy the album. Okay. Reset yourself. All right. Reset yourself. Y'all was bullying me over there on my phone and in the comments like we want to buy the album now. Y'all better be buying that album, fam. That's all I'm saying. All right. Reset yourself over there to Bandcamp and pay the $777.77 or $7.77, whatever you choose. Okay. If you love Ty, it's like her God day. Okay, this is her coronation. So let's coronate her properly. You know what I'm saying? She got her crown on. She giving us these CrownLoads. She got these masterminds here. I'm like, man, okay. The masterminds. Up like skirt. Y'all was here before me. Like, fam, you gonna open the door? What you doing? Okay. I was like, all right, let me get my life together. All right. So reset. And go buy the album right now and buy a couple copies, because if you love somebody else and you like it and you love it, give it as a gift. Okay, tell them happy Mother's Day, Brother's Day, Other's Day, whatever you need to tell them. All right, tell them right now.
We almost there, y'all. Reset. Oh, that's
worthless. 9 to 5 is a mess. Whole circus. Hiding at the desk from the co-workers. This ain't my sole purpose. I hate the knocks, the predators, the lurkers, monitoring the energy siphoning, the energy harvesting, the energy vampires, destiny swapping, parasitic evil eye double be plotting. I need to relax so the heart beats slower. Chilling on the sand with the beachcombers. Sipping fresh almond milk with the sweet granola. Salt in the air, breathing the sea aroma. Live, love, laugh, that's the procedure. Life suffocates and the soul need a breather. Feel drain, need balance like a Libra. You can't take it anymore, me neither. All hustle, all work, no play. Life is much deeper than the money that we made. I need more sun, the sky too gray. I'm overdue for a getaway vacay.
That life, it ain't for me. I gotta escape. I gotta break free. I'm in my zone. Being on the beach. Gotta free my mind. I need a release. I know just what I need. What's that? I need a reset, recharge. I need a reset, rebuild. I need a reset, reset. Yeah. I need a reset, release. I need a reset, reset, regroup. Feel like you gotta get away, me too.
It's time for the check, so worthless. 9 to 5 is a whole circus. Hiding at the desk from the co-workers. This ain't my sole purpose. I hate the knocks, the predators, the lurkers, monitoring the energy siphoning, the energy harvesting, the energy vampires, destiny swapping, parasitic evil eye double be plotting. I need to relax so the heart beats slower. Chilling on the sand with the beachcombers. Sipping fresh almond milk with the sweet granola. Salt in the air, breathing the sea aroma. Live, love, laugh, that's the procedure. Life suffocates and the soul need a breather. Feel drain, need balance like a Libra. You can't take it anymore, me neither. All hustle, all work, no play. Life is much deeper than the money that we made. I need more sun, the sky too gray. I'm overdue for a getaway vacay.
That life, it ain't for me. I gotta escape. I gotta break free. I'm in my zone. Being on the beach. Gotta free my mind. I need a release. I know just what I need. What's that? I need a reset.
Okay, knowledge. Okay.
It's time.
Don't be hollering at me in front of company. I don't want nobody to think that they can holler at me.
I thought I was like, knowledge went to the bathroom and stopped. We don't do it.
I just ran it back. It was
He
just
ran
so
it back.
dope. I just had to run it back. You know what I'm saying?
Reset, regroup. Feel like you got to get away. Me too. Okay.
Yeah.
Look, what we just say, since you've been raising your vibration, yes. Have you been meeting less narcissists? Yes, you have. What I say? I hate the knocks, the predators, the lurkers monitoring, the energy siphoning, the energy harvesting, the energy vampires, destiny swapping, parasitic evil eye, devil be plotting. Right?
Woo.
Can we testify to that?
All of that.
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, hate the knocks, the predators.
And if you can't, then you one of them energy vampires or one of them narcissists. You understand? If you can't, I'm like, I don't know what that is. Well, that means you the problem, fam.
We know.
And you can hit the reset button, okay? You can, and you too can no longer be an energy vampire, okay? All you have to do is take your daily dose of CrownLoad. Have you taken your CrownLoad dose today?
That's for my 9-to-5ers who by Thursday evening and you got one more day Friday and it feels like you got 10 days like that one. Like that's for my 9-to-5ers. That's for anybody that feels like they want to just get away, maybe just stressed out. Like, that's why I said, I want to relax, till the heart beats slower, sipping, laying on the sand with the beachcombers. When I say you stress need balance like a Libra, you can't take it anymore, me neither. And the second verse to that song is like one of my favorite verses on the album. That was just the first verse, but that song, I need a reset, recharge, rebuild, everything like that. It's just about your soul. We all need to push the reset button sometimes. Like,
yeah,
I really like that one.
that one was dope.
My fault.
Thank
And then introducing us to a whole nother flow again. Okay. All right. I want y'all to recognize the litany of flowology that has happened. Okay. Rashad, go ahead, brother. You was about to get busy. Go ahead, sir.
Oh yeah, I was just saying I like it. When you said something about destiny swapping, and then you so it's talking about reset, then you talk about a destiny swap. But the reason I like it is because when you look up the etymology of destiny, it tells you to see destination. I heard somebody mention destination earlier, but the etymology of destiny says see destination, right? So we know destiny to be what it is, right? And we know destination to be what it is, but both of them mean to make something firm, right? So in order for somebody to swap these things from you, you would have to not know what these things are, but destiny, destination, and desire. Desire is one of my favorite words right now because it means written in the stars. You know what I'm saying? So your destiny, your destination, your desires, all these things are written in the stars, right? So you have to reconnect with these things to figure out, what's for you. And then you talked about being limitless within your infinite mind. You have so many different points that you can get to, different destinations that are going to continuously, infinitely lead you, further and further through your progression of life. Hopefully righteousness and virtue can get you to these places. But the only way that these people can swap with you is if you don't know who you are, right? So to reset for me is like, okay, I need to take a step back. I'm lost on my journey. I need to reset. I need to refocus. I need to get my compass. I need to recalibrate, find out where I'm at so I can get to where I need to go. But I can't do that if I'm lost and I'm comfortable being lost.
Facts.
That was deep.
Yeah, that was fire. I loved it.
Yeah,
I loved it. I ain't think you had some bars. I got to cipher with you next time I see you. When I see you, we got to cipher. And I didn't know you had no bars.
That's Rashad the poet. He'll be here all day.
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
He got booked. He's available to be booked for performances and all that. So if you want a high vibrational, some of that real soul food, okay? Some of that real soul food, book him. He's bookable. Okay. He's very bookable.
Rashad the poet. All this, a lot
fact.
of poetry on his Star, Rashad, Holistic Remedies, and Mama T. She stepped off. She had to go, but I'm telling you, it was a lot of poetic minds like on this, which is crazy. But I want to settle the score right now. Yaya, I am frequency, knowledge born, Rashad, Star, she's here, holistic. I want to settle the score right now. Is there such a thing as destiny swapping?
Ooh, that's a hot topic right now, actually.
It is.
And I like what Rashad said. They can only do it if you don't know who you are, right? Who you know where you're going, because you know, when you affirm something, that's what it is. So if you a destiny swap with you, then that's exactly what they were doing or what they were allowed to do. But in my mind, I'm just so powerful. I know my destiny is for me and nobody can take that from me. So I don't walk with that energy. But if someone is vibrating at that level and they truly believe or they allow that energy, then absolutely it's possible. You're vibrating.
So if I were to explain that's the concept of destiny swapping, I would have to actually talk about the multiverse, right? And the fact that all realities exist, right? So there's a reality right now where I'm a filthy rich millionaire, and there's another reality where it's contrary, where I'm not, right? So as far as destiny swapping, that individual will have to be able to analyze the trajectory of where you headed, see exactly where you can go, and then try to shift you somehow in an alternate timeline where you're not going, or you're not doing as well, or whatever the case may be. So like pretty much back also off what he said, it would be the same premise. It would be them knowing where your trajectory is headed and you don't even see it. So they have the ability of sabotaging that trajectory and pretty much hijacking your what you were where you would have been, basically. So
if we look at the inventions, oh my fault.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I apologize.
No, you good, family.
What I'm saying is if we look at like the inventions in the world, right? All these major inventions by our people all throughout history, these are destiny swaps, right? So we go back in history and realize it was somebody that looked like us that invented something, but somebody else was able to get the patent for it, right? Because they seen the trajectory, they seen where it was going to go. And then they put themselves in a position where they can patent it, put their name on it, you know, throughout time, throughout history. You know, you believe that this person did this thing. And then when you go back, you realize, oh, it was somebody else. But whatever position, whatever situation, whatever time frame was happening in the world, you know, this person was able to destiny swap with this person because for whatever reason, you know, it could be a million things as to why it happened, but we see it happen, you know, with our people all the time. It's happening right now as we speak. Somebody right now is extremely talented and they're lacking something, and they found it in somebody that's going to take advantage of them.
I've had my experience with someone thought they were going to do a destiny swap with me, and I caught it and I shut it completely down, and now they wish they would have never done that. And it absolutely had everything to do with Quantum Fest. They wanted it, and they tried to put me in a state of confusion, and I caught it, and I just told that person, I know what you're doing, and you're gonna wish you hadn't did it. And I shut it completely down. So I do believe that if people can alter your state of consciousness and put you in a state of confusion and keep you distracted, just like Rashad said, there has to be a lack of something in order for that to happen, and for it to happen successfully. We see people do it all the time. It's just like when you get a CrownLoad, it don't just necessarily belong to you. It's in the ethers. So if someone can act up on it before you act up on it, although the CrownLoad was given to you, that could, and if you holding it too long or somebody come in and see where you're lacking, whether it's wisdom or whether it's whatever, and they have it, they can actually come and take what you feel is energetically belong to you. So we see it happening all the time, especially in our community. So yeah, I would say, yeah, some people are slick enough or they think they're crafty enough to do those things, but that's why you have to keep your head on the swivel, and you really have to be consciously involved in everything that you do on an energetic level. I've heard people say, "Oh no, that can't happen." It happens all the time. So it happens all the time.
Right.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm even though I said it in the rhyme, and I know that that's, like you said, it's a trending topic. Destiny swapping. I even did a TikTok on destiny swapping like last year. I'm on the fence about it, to be transparent with you guys. Chat, type what you think, because I hear people say, "Oh, destiny swapping. That's what happened with Biggie and Puffy." Like, and I'm thinking to myself, like, when you think about destiny swapping, you think about the concept of destiny, meaning the path and the pathway that you are supposed to take that's assigned to you in this life. That means that if my father died at 23, my mother died at 36, my brother died at 38, you trying to swap with me? Like, you think you can handle that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you think about taking somebody's destiny, you can't take the part that you want.
Right.
The destiny has a whole lot of different chapters to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, some people that survived near fatal accidents. Some people survived fatal illnesses, came back. Like, you want somebody's destiny, that's dangerous, because I feel like you can't pick and choose. First of all, I'm not, like I said, I'm just being transparent. I'm on the fence. I don't even know if it's possible for you. What I said in the TikTok was that saying that you could take another person's destiny is like saying if you were born with Venus and Sagittarius, you can switch it to Venus and Leo. You can't. Wherever the chart was, like, or you could switch your blood type from AB negative to O positive. You can't. The blood type you came in with is the blood type that you've had since you were born. There's no switching that. So if I can't switch my blood type with Yaya, if I can't switch, you know what I'm saying, the experiences I had at 3 years old with the experiences Star had at 3 years old, if I can't switch that, like, there's no, like, so I'm confused about this idea that you can literally, I totally agree with you, Calvin, about the multiverse. There are different versions of your life and different storylines that exist simultaneously. I do believe in quantum reality. I do. I just don't know how easy it is to say that this person can transplant another person's destiny, superimpose it on top of theirs. How you can't pick and choose. You have to take that person's entire life story. You have to, and you don't have the equipment to deal with their story. You have the equipment that was given to you to deal with your story. So it's dangerous. That's why it's something about it doesn't fully, even though I said it in the rap, like, because I know, like, it's a concept that people are entertaining right now. Right. You know, destiny swapping, parasitic evil eye, devil be plotting. I said it, but I don't know how realistic it is to swap a whole lifeline that was assigned to someone else by the Most High. I don't know if that's realistic. I'm just being honest.
What if it wasn't like a swap? Oh, go ahead.
I think it's like a reality shift of a particular time with during like a timeline, because we're multidimensional beings. We can create multiple timelines. Like, I could give you another example that I went through this. Then this is when I wasn't in my full awareness. I'm known in the beauty industry, and I had a friend that I did some previous work with. And from that previous work, I was awarded a career choice. Now, this person and I, we have mutual friends. I was supposed to do an event, do the red carpet. I was excited about the event. And once I told this person, I literally saw in my dream state that he took position. I woke up to a text message from a friend said, "Wasn't you supposed to do that?" And I said, "Yeah." And I was like, "What do you mean?" Turns out that all the information, it was freely given. Nobody know why it happened. And I literally sat back and watched this person do the same event I was supposed to do. They don't know what happened, but in my dream state, I saw him spying on me. And I won't say it was a term. I would say the people are using the term for destiny. They're saying it's destiny swap because that's just the urban term for it. But I honestly feel like certain time frames in your life that if you overshare before before you are awarded whatever it is that you are trying to, you overshared, and then all of a sudden you see this person living out the exact thing that was supposed to have been rightfully yours. And sometimes people are not aware that they have those abilities to do those things to you, and some people do. And some people you just overly share, and then they're living the exact moment, the exact timeline that you had already envisioned. We call it destiny swap, but I think it's more a line of a reality shift that happened for someone else that was supposed to be energetically for you. So I don't think that like we can rewrite our soul contracts when we become in full awareness. I just think it's the terminology that we put on top of what it is. Like destiny swapping, no, I don't think no one can go in and just take your whole life. But then you also have to remember, how do they write movies? I can give you several things that I have witnessed. I have a whole movie out right now where it is my exact life. There's a movie out right now. And I'm like, who wrote that movie? During that time period, it's down to the exact thing that I went through as in my childhood. So I believe that there are times where people can come in and do reality shifts in your timeline. I do believe that. And I think we're multidimensional beings, like Strange say, and sometimes those things can happen, but I don't necessarily call it destiny swapping. It's more like a reality shift happen, just like we can re-script our life. I think it's along the same lines.
Instead of a destiny swap,
in the hip hop culture. I'm sorry, go ahead, Calvin.
No, I was going to say, instead of a destiny swap, a better phrase would be a paradigm swap.
A paradigm swap or reality swap. Reality, yeah, they can come and shift because it has happened to me. I've seen it before. And I'm like, wow, how is that? It's just like you meet a stranger and you guys have the same parallel timeline. You don't know each other, but you've lived some of the same experiences. The same things have happened to you that has happened to somebody else, but you're complete strangers, and your lives are almost an exact match. Well, that person that didn't destiny swap you, but what happened? How is it that they are an exact match to your energetic timeline? What happened? So what would we call that? I wouldn't say it's a destiny swap.
It would be their destiny. Their destiny was able to swap with you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, when you look at, if we get back into the etymology, right? So the etymology of destiny is an inexorable force, right? That controls lives and events, right? So if that force, right, comes across you, but your energy isn't like given that much at the time, right? You're not pushing out that energy like you're supposed to. You're kind of a pushover or passive, capable of being acted upon. Then their destiny can push you out the way. So y'all could be aligned for something similar, but they just have more force to get to it than you do. So now they're able to control the events of their life through controlling your life in that moment.
So what would you call that?
I would call that being a spiritual pushover.
So wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure I understand. Are you saying somebody's living your exact same vision that you had for your life, but y'all never met? Like they're across the country over here, you're like, and you just coincidentally, quote unquote, I don't believe in coincidence, but you guys have similar realities going on, or these are people that you have direct interaction with?
It could just be similar. Imagine two doctors. We could live extremely different lives, but we both want to be a doctor.
But
And
do
we
you
get
know
to
it?
this.
But I'm saying, but do you know each other, or are you strangers? That's the part I didn't understand.
There has to be some. If you ask me, my opinion would be there has to be some form of knowing. You don't have to know them, but somebody has to know somebody, so they can know you.
Like
A lot of times, it probably
a
happens by a
separation.
person that's been watching you longer than you've known them.
Oh, so like they're a voyeur. That's
Like
called a monitor. That's why I said that's called a monitoring spirit. That's another term, right? That people, right?
Right.
No?
Or a parasite.
So let's say it again. I hate the knocks, the predators, the lurkers monitoring, the energy siphoning, the energy harvesting, the energy vampires, destiny swapping, parasitic evil eye, devil be plotting, monitoring spirits. Yeah, if somebody's watching, I thought you meant like, ironically, you and this person, y'all don't know each other, never met, had no interaction. They live in Idaho, you know what I'm saying? You live in Hawaii, but y'all having similar experiences. That happens too. Like people, it's a lot of people on this planet. Like that happens too.
Because when you think about it though, when we start talking about CrownLoads, right? If I'm getting a CrownLoad and somebody else can be getting the same exact CrownLoad. And so it goes back to what Rashad was saying. It depends on who has more force, who acts on it. So that's something a little bit different. But for me, when we start talking about quote unquote destiny swap, that's somebody who knows you, may have been watching you, but I know, like personally, when I talk about destiny swapping, a lot of times it's somebody that's brushing up against you. Like it has to be like a form of an energy exchange type of thing, right? Because it's all energy. So as long as they can connect to your energy, your auric field, they can. If you are not strong enough, right? If you don't have knowledge of self, if you don't have control over yourself and your actions, your thoughts, they can absolutely come in and shift. They can shift that. If you're
reality shift.
Right. They can do that reality shift. And if you're not strong enough in the spiritual world. And so that's why it's important. Discernment, of course, is important. Protect your energetic field, because as long as somebody can attach to your energy, they can absolutely shift some things if you're not strong enough. So I think there's two things that can happen at once, right? It can be the situation. There's CrownLoad that's coming in. We both have the same goal in mind, the same aspirations, dreams. I may have acted on it and you may not have. That's not me stealing your idea, be destiny swapping. That's just me acting on it and you did it. Versus me coming into your life or watching you, energetically connecting with you and not your reality. So I think there's two different things when we start talking destiny swapping per se.
Yeah, because it can get kind of confusing. So I agree with you. Like when just like if we get a CrownLoad and you got one person over here that got, just say you got the same CrownLoad I got, and if you act up on it before I do, that means it doesn't mean that you destiny swapped me. It's just you act up on it. But then there are people, from my own personal experience, this person learned everything about me, learned my strength and my weaknesses. And during that time, I definitely wasn't in full awareness of who I was at that time, but I also did not recognize how powerful that particular person was in the spirit realm, because he never talked about it. I was the one always oversharing and like over helping, and before I knew it, and I didn't recognize what was happening until Source showed me in my sleep, and I jumped up and boom, the text messages was rolling in, and I couldn't believe. I literally sat back for a year, and every move that I said I was getting ready to make, he did it before me. And I didn't find out till a year later that that's what everybody called it, was destiny swapping.
And
I
you were
was like,
confiding in him. You were sharing. Okay.
we had energy. Yeah, we did a lot of work in the beauty industry together.
Okay.
And yeah, so he was always in my energy field at the time, but I did not know what he was capable of. I'm just thinking these are work relationships, not realizing all of the abilities that this guy carried, and this is how he was making these moves, until once I became in full awareness and other people around me start saying, oh, you didn't know about him? Well, let me tell you. And I was like, say what? So yeah, it wasn't just happening to me, it was happening to multiple people. So I was like, damn, well, he was the grand wizard or something, like
well, in the hip hop in the hip hop community, we call that a biter. Okay. We call that a biter.
There goes Star. Look, I'm about to ship everybody's paradigm right now. We about to destiny swap. Okay. When you woke up this morning, you did not know that you needed this CrownLoad album. Okay. So everybody who's watching, everybody who's been listening, swap your destiny for one that got this CrownLoad EP TP up in there. Okay. So go to Bandcamp and buy the album. Written now. How they say it down
I tried to
now.
type the link. I tried to type the link in the chat, but
they got you, Tom. Look, the moderators are moderating. Allow them to do you are not allowed to work today, ma'am. Okay, you here to be celebrated and elevated. Okay, I just got a CrownLoad. Everybody go get the album right now. Everybody go get the album right now. Everybody go get the album right now. Okay.
Yeah, Great God Bragadino says gave you a shout Star. People in the chat, shout to Wes Banger, David Benson. I'm looking at the chat. I'm watching it. I had to come in here. I wanted to watch the chat on TV.
Okay, everybody know who Star is. Okay, Star got a whole pantheon. Okay, it's a whole pantheon, alternate reality of hip hopology over there. You understand?
That's right. It's some legends up here.
Due, Star. You know what I'm saying? Respect due for all of your hip hop contributionology. Okay, over here.
Genius, lyrical genius, insight. Like I said, was the light bulb was on awake in the 90s. Okay, ain't nobody, and like we said, it ain't no judgment if your light bulb just came on yesterday. Welcome to the party.
Came on. It didn't have to come on. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. It didn't have to come on. It could have been flickering a little bit all this time, but it comes on in its appointed time. So y'all are so.
But real quick, I wanted to say something about to I Am God frequency and what Yaya was saying, and I think somebody else said it, maybe somebody else said earlier. With CrownLoads, I'm gonna be honest, they're free though. I believe the Most High put a barrage of ideas, like you know what I'm saying, like it's. I mean, even though it could be like, okay, that CrownLoad right there to open that business. By summer 2026, I'm gonna give that to Yaya, that CrownLoad, to write, the anthology of, whatever. I'm gonna give that to Holistic Rep. Like it's out there, but trust and believe it can go to other people. Like the ideas is free. I ain't gonna lie. Like I know sometimes we like that was my idea, that was my CrownLoad. Right. But really, I'm gonna be honest. Like, it's funny when I was actually writing Reset, I kept seeing people do TikToks talking about we need a cultural reset. People, we about to it's about to be a financial reset. And I kept seeing, I'm like, yo, if I don't move on this shit and write this song today, like I'm seeing so many confirmations, you know what I'm saying? Whether it was like people, we need a reset. People would be like, I had a hard day. I need a reset. I would see people put that in their stories. I'm like, that's the universe confirming the fact that CrownLoad to do a song called Reset. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole song is about, I need to be on the beach. I need to be like, that's what the second verse is about. I'm actually looking at the ocean from a penthouse suite. That's the second verse. And so I kept seeing like reset. And I'm like, yo, I got to do this song because this idea, I caught it, but it's floating in the atmosphere. Like other people can catch it and it wouldn't be a crime. if they caught it, because the Most High, I'm gonna tell you, like you said about moving on, that you learned a lesson about trust, and you learned a lesson about somebody who's skilled in the art of betrayal. I am God frequency. You learned that because you were telling somebody, "Oh this is my plan, and this is the next step, and this is the next step," and he was like taking mental notes. Really? Okay. So you learned a lesson about trust and betrayal and discernment. But for the most part, like when we get ideas, I'm gonna be honest, they floating in the atmosphere.
They
like
everywhere. Yep, it's whoever.
Those
gets
travel
it
too
first.
fast for you to quantify your ability to be able to catch them. They travel at billions of miles per hour. So think about how important your mind is to be able to receive it and keep it, because they come and they go. You see what I'm saying? If it stays there, it's for you. If it comes and it goes, then it's just a reminder that you connected to the universal God force factory. Okay, so you might have got we all connected on one level. We all one being. So if it happens, so it's like, oh, this is evidence, and then somebody moves on it. That's who was supposed to move on it. You see what I'm saying? So I am God frequency. You was being merciful. You didn't even know the bounty of your abundance. Can't nobody steal nothing from you. You so bountiful and so abundant that you could share this, and that was the thing that moved or motivated that thing to go do what they got to do. They could never do it like you. So if 50,000 people, I'm saying this right now, let me talk my noise for Tiye Phoenix. If 50,000 people came out with a song Reset, none of them songs is going to sound like Tiye Phoenix. I promise you. Okay,
Right.
so 50,000 MCs could have been like, I got a song called Reset. I'm talking about the reset, and I hit the reset button, and I'm hitting the reset button because I'm cutting it off, fam. I don't even want to hear it. You understand what I'm saying? So
it's mad songs out there called Limitless.
It's truly for you.
Mad songs out there. It's mad mad songs.
And nobody could do anything for it. In the Islamic tradition, in the Holy Quran, it says, which of the favors of your Lord will you truly deny? Which of the favors of your Lord will you deny? So that means like God ain't working against you. God waiting for you, like, fam, what's up? Like I'm ready to bless you. Are you ready to be blessed? Or you talking about you cursed you walking around here? You see what I'm saying? So you have to be in the proper position to receive what divine has for you, what source has for you, what God has for you, all of that. You are in this universe. The Bible said my word would never come back to me void. You see what I'm saying? So, we hear something in the street. Don't write a check that your ass can't cash. You see what I'm saying? Don't be asking for something you ain't prepared to receive when it show up. All of that, all the same in regards to that. Yeah, can't nobody take that and that's for you. You might be preoccupied with thinking people taking stuff for you, that you are blocking the things to actually come for you, and that's for you because you're liking it to something that somebody else is doing or what somebody else has. Look at you. Who are you? I am. You know what I'm saying? Who are you? I am the master. Okay. Sure enough.
So basically what you're saying is that nobody can take what is meant for you anyway. So even if he took something seemingly that looked like it was for I am God frequency, at the end of the day, the universe is abundant, she's abundant, and you can't, people that do that type of stuff don't thrive anyway, right? I mean, they don't. I would imagine he wasn't. You probably saw evidence that he wasn't as successful, or there was some sort of roadblock because there's no integrity behind what he did.
Right.
Yeah.
I gotta get out of here. I've been on live for I wanted to say much love, but I'm about to have to bounce out of here, Cosmic Family. But it's
tell people where to find you before you go. Holistic Remedies, and come back. Okay.
I definitely will. Come then.
Come on back.
Right. Big Ashe and peace and love to all y'all. Real talk.
Thank you, Holistic Remedies. Thank you.
No doubt.
Peace.
And your album fire. I definitely gonna get that drink. That drink fire. And when I see you, we're gonna have to cipher.
You already know.
Ladies and gentlemen, be like Holistic Remedies. Go buy the album.
Some Virgo to Virgo rising. We're gonna be ciphering.
Yes, indeed. I'm sorry. I'm serious too. All right, y'all. Big
If it ain't good, the Virgo gonna tell you it ain't good. Okay, they ain't gonna buy it because they're your friend. Let me tell you something. All my Virgo friends like, nah, fam. You need to just be an announcer and an interviewer and a book writer. Don't ever pick up that microphone and think you're gonna rap. Okay, sir? No, thank you, sir. No, thank you. So shout out to my Virgo friends. They be keeping me honest. Like, all right.
I say.
All right, we didn't crossed over the midnight mark, which is, I don't, going into full moon vibes, full moon and Scorpio vibes. We're gonna get into that, but I think we should do life in, because life be life in. Let's do life in real quick. These are just excerpts, y'all. Not gonna keep you on here much longer. This build has been mind blowing, but let's do life in knowledge, and then we almost out of here after that. After that, we're gonna just. Because I appreciate you. Star, I appreciate you. Rashad, I
Is the
appreciate you.
MVP. Okay. Let me get your autograph. All right. Let me get your autograph.
Absolutely. Oh, good. Life in is one of my favorite songs, y'all. Try to play right now.
Words clear, still shining. The illest with the brilliant timing. The gold mine who had to go find a silver lining. Ain't nothing new underneath the sun. I be going through it too, you ain't the only one. Don't take in summary, there's been a shift within the earth sphere. So now people hear my messages and words clear. Still shining, the illest with the brilliant timing. The gold mine who had to go find a silver lining. Ain't nothing new underneath the sun. I be going through it too, you ain't the only one. Don't take none of this life personal, cause we all got some lessons that we working through. Ain't nothing new underneath the sun. I be going through it too, you ain't the only one. Don't take none of this life personal. It's just the lessons that we working through. So why you tripping, huh? Why you mad, son? Had some good days and some bad ones. Might win some, might lose some. That's just the way it goes, life 101. In summary, there's been a shift within the earth sphere. So now people hear my messages and words clear. Still shining.
Knowledge. Yeah, that's one of my favorite songs. I mean, I like all the songs, but I really, really like that song. Like, so you heard that was just a small excerpt of the song. It said in summary, well, I start off that song with a line from Psalm 91. Because I say the first verse, I didn't, I only put a portion of it there, but the actual first verse is, I can't explain the way these crown loads, they come to me. Morning meditation, Psalm 91 and 23. Water in my money tree, manifest abundantly, on a mission, running free, everything they want to be. In summary, there's been a shift within the earth sphere. So now people hear my messages and words clear. So that's where that came from. So that was the beginning part that was cut off. But yeah, so real quick, a quick build on the shift in the earth sphere. And now everybody on this live does some sort of like oration, whether you do content creation, you dropping knowledge, or whether you do music. So let's talk real quick, briefly about the shift in the earth sphere. So now people hear your messages and words clear. Like, there's been a shift within the earth sphere. Now people hear my messages and words clear. Like maybe this time, 1996, 2005, maybe pre-COVID, 2018, maybe they would have been heard differently. But in 2025, y'all are dropping some real next level shit and people are listening. So what do you attribute that to?
I would say absolutely the earth is definitely shifting. The frequencies are rising, which in turn, of course, is opening people's real eye. So people are starting to hear the message and it's actually starting to click and make sense. Whereas back in the day, we was crazy, right? When we was talking about a lot of, everybody was calling us nuts, whereas people looking at us now and they're looking for us because they want the information. So they don't call it the great awakening, the mass awakening for nothing. And so a lot of people are waking up and seeking the knowledge, and it's attributed to what the earth is doing. So as the earth shifts and rises, we have no choice but to rise with it. So yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And they starting to hear the message. They hearing it now loud and clear.
I think it's our level of consciousness that has risen. The more we rise in consciousness, the less the veil is thinning. And I think once, because we're all here, we all came here to raise the vibration of the planet, and the way we do that is through our level of consciousness and how we perceive knowledge as we receiving it and send it back out into the universe. So I definitely feel like now we are being less surveillance because we are coded now to give out this knowledge. And I think that that's why a lot of us are going viral. A lot of us are getting all these CrownLoads, and people are receiving it because of that mass awakening and the vibration that goes along with the knowledge that we're giving out.
I agree. That was exactly my sentiments. Like, there's a shift. There's a shift in the earth sphere. People, it's like, you know, it's not that something didn't always exist. It's just you raise your frequency and now you can hear it or see it. It was always there. So
it was always there. And we're also in that age of remembrance. That's another reason why, like, because it's written in the stars, it has to happen. So once that age of remembrance, that frequency of remembrance comes with a different level of consciousness. And when that is happening, you guys always hear me talk about people are being unlocked. Every time Yaya go on her live and she go viral, she's unlocking people codes. Those nodes are turning on and they'll never turn off again. So when that happens, the level of consciousness is constantly rising. Those levels of frequencies that goes along with every form of knowledge that me, you, or anyone else giving out, it thins the veil even more. The veil is practically completely gone at this point. Like it's not even there at this point. And if people are feeling that level, if they're still thinking that it's a veil, it's on a conscious level with them. Because the masses is feeling that frequency and that vibration rising. So I believe, like, everything that you said on that was fire. And it definitely has to do with our level of consciousness.
Thank you. Yeah.
So everything is a season. Okay. So the earth is and the universe is cyclic. So things that happened in 1995, that was 30 years ago. So music that came out in 95, it was the greatest thing we ever heard in 95. And some of those things translate 30 years later. Right? What's that? A Saturn return? So it goes to a Saturn return. So a thing that happens in the cyclic space of the universal blueprint that's happening out here, it goes in cycles. It goes from ignorant to conscious, from ignorant to conscious, from ignorant to conscious. So if the universe and the planets and the earth operates like that, and the star systems operate like that, so do you. So your awareness of self or lack of awareness of self is what's happening. You know, so as you change, everything changes. Everything's not changing, you're changing. You're becoming more aware of you. You see what I'm saying? So if you half stepping out here with your goals, your dreams, your vision, it's going to look like it's half stepping because you're half stepping. So when you're dialed in, all of it becomes dialed in. So the trajectory of the cycles, if you understand the cycles and how they move, if it's in the ignorant period, ain't nobody gonna hear what you're saying. If it's in the conscious period, everybody want to hear what you're saying. So you understand that the ebb and the flow that goes along with it, and then you'll have a better perspective of what's happening because everything already happened. So we're just living through the physicality of those things that already happened. So who are you in these particular seasons? So to everything in its season, there's some plants that only grow at night. They don't grow under no other conditions. There's some plants that grow in this environment where you think nothing grows. You see what I'm saying? So they're already programmed for that particular experience. If you understand your programs and your ability to be able to shift through these particular trajectories, you'll have that. Because as you change, your reality change. A thing you cared about that you no longer care about, it don't even matter no more, even if it exists. Or somebody you cared about, that was my ride or die, that was my ace room coon, that was my day one. When you say F them or F that, it goes away. So now it's no longer there. So what becomes real is what you say is real. Thy kingdom comes, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So in your mind is your reality. So when your mind changes about a thing, everything changes about that entire thing. So what are you allowing to seed in your mind and to grow and to bear fruit? Something that's for your benefit or something that's for your detriment. And if you don't got no discernment, like I've been saying all night, you're gonna be caught up. You're gonna be thinking the thing that's bad for you is good for you, and the things that's good for you is bad for you. You see what I'm saying? Most of the things that's good for you don't taste good. Most of the things that's bad for you taste real good. You understand what I'm saying? So understanding those things, and they don't have to necessarily be fixed in a way that's it. It's black and white. There's some gray area. Understand the gray area, like that gray matter in your brain. You understand what I'm saying? So things shift in accordance to your level of resonance and your level of participation. So when you're ready, everything's ready. What he say in the Matrix? Are you saying I could dodge bullets? He said, when I'm saying when you're ready, you won't have to. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like when you're ready, you don't have to. You go from limited to limitless.
Limitless.
That's right. That's right. That's a fact. Wow, this has been more than, what I envisioned. It kind of is matching. But I'm not gonna front. It matches what I envisioned. I was like, this is gonna be a whole journey, like into just this mind expanding experience. Like, you got all of you guys in one place at one time. That's the next time that happens, other than of course go live, but the next time that happens Quantum Fest. So this is crazy. Like this is, but yeah, that was life in. I play that song back to back to back to back. We look like we here, but last song is CrownLoad's. The seventh song for tonight is CrownLoad's, the title cut of the EP. And now that you want to cue CrownLoad's up, this is what it's been all about.
Heaven's open wide, visions coming in my third eye. If they don't step to me respectfully, you know I gotta check them. My stardom was official at the moment of conception. They liars with deception, bring the fire, I can test them. My roots trace to the empire of Emcee. I'm turning up, I activate my chi with intentional breathing. I'm Sister Soldier on them, I'm the coldest winter season. I'm viewing life through more angles than a decahedron. You swerve and get back in your lane before you hit the median. Some people exit out the matrix and some remain stuck in the 3D trap, fighting in Hunger Games. There's life and death inside the power of the tongue. I'm wiser than a serpent, this war is already won. I'm far from done, never surrender, never succumb. I feel the planet shift, I know I'm not the only one. See you doing this for weekly trends, likes and meeting friends. I'm teaching gems, it's up in your heart's BPMs.
Walking by faith, not by sight. Live my own life, even if I pay the price. The voice inside is guiding me to the light. So I don't care what they say. Live your own way. I'm flying through the sky, heaven's open wide, visions coming in my third eye. I just got a CrownLoad.
Oh, I love that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fire.
Thank you. Thank you. My roots trace to the empire of Emcee,
Yeah. Don't leave that out. Okay. Don't leave that out. In case you thought something changed. Nah. Let me remind you. Let me help you out. Okay. Yeah.
We know we are the rightful heirs of the largest estate ever. We know the real story about where we came from, our origins, and the story that got remixed so that you would be looking around and not knowing how the remix of the remix not knowing how to connect the dots. But I don't know. I thought that we know where our roots go back to, right? We know that.
Did she pull a lyrical switch off the tree, y'all, from the beginning? Am I tripping? Did she say, if you won't come at me respectfully, don't step to me? Like, did she just off the rip, like, I'm setting boundaries, fam? Like, okay, if you, this is how you interface with me over here?
That's
or no? You understand what I'm saying? I was like,
I think she made people grab their own switch.
yeah. That's it. And then she said, now sink into the floor. Wait. Now you're in the sunken place. Okay.
If they don't step to me respectfully, you know I gotta check them. A stardom was official at the moment of conception. They liars with deception. Bring the fire, I can test them. My roots trace to the empire of Amexem. That was a whole ride. Like that's when you write in and you're like, yo, I'm gonna ride.
Yeah.
You was in your bag with that one time.
I was in my zone. I was in my zone with that.
I could tell.
Even the walking by faith, not by sight. And I feel like, that's why I decided to end, this build with the song CrownLoad. Not just because it's the title, because I just figured like walking by faith, not by sight. And the hook there was I live my own life even if I pay the price. The voice inside is guiding me to the light. So I don't care what they say, F the world, I gotta live my own way. I'm flying through the sky, heavens open wide, visions coming in my third eye. I just got a crown load. So that was the hook. And it's like the idea of walking on faith. And that's what we all doing. That's what we all doing. It's like one day you having a conversation and you like, I had a download. Wait, no, I mean a crown load. And it just happens in a conversation. And now I'm on a live with y'all talking about a whole musical project that was just from me having a conversation one day talking about CrownLoad. Like, so we all walk on faith every step of the way. I mean, you second guessing sometimes, questioning, should I? Is it supposed to be? It's just a word that I made up. Is it supposed to be a whole musical project? Like, am I supposed to you know what I'm saying? And then, but walking on faith, like where you really don't know what the next step is, but even with your eyes closed, you walking with confidence because it's like that poem with, the footsteps are guided. You don't see the next step, but you put one foot in front of the other. You know the poem I'm talking about where you still got to keep walking.
Yeah.
Still got to keep walking. Still got to go. You don't know what the next phase of the journey is. You don't.
Right.
You don't. You have an idea, what I'm saying? You can know what's happening in the transits. You know there's a full moon tomorrow or later on today, rather. You know that. Like, there's knowledge available to you. But for the most part, like, when you really make that commitment that everybody on here said that they made, that commitment to being the highest version of themselves and trusting the journey, you are walking on faith. It's important. Walking on faith, not by sight. That's the scripture, so
a lot of people walking by sight because if they can't see it, they don't believe. So you're right. You gotta intuition and just know. You gotta have that inner knowing that you don't have to worry about the small details, the in between. That's where a lot of people get hung up at. Like worrying about the in between, the small details of how you're going to get there. Your footsteps are already guided, like you said, Ty. So I agree. The walking by faith and not by sight. I don't have to see it to believe it. I know it intuitively. So I love that.
And I want to commend you too, because like Virgo energy, Virgo sometimes needs to really see step by step, like that analytical. So you having evolved, like, and that's what people like. You're not a slave to your chart, right. Not a slave to your chart. Like you've evolved. Like, okay, I trust. Like, even though Virgo is like, I need to know the details. I need to know the facts. But you saying that you evolved spiritually to a place where if you don't have all the details and all the facts, you still know the Most High ain't gonna let you fall.
Right. That's a fact, Ty, because it wasn't always this way with me. You know that Virgo energy is like, it's strong, so it's very analytical, and I had to have everything in place, so I thought, and I realized following spirit is the best way to go, because spirit gonna always lead you where you need to be. It's just you have to trust and know that you have your best interests at heart.
That's right. That's right. Walking on faith. I mean, I know everybody got 1,000 stories about how they walked on faith. And the North Node is in Pisces, y'all. The North Node is in Pisces, meaning the opposite. The South Node is in Virgo. But the North Node is in Pisces. And what that means is that you're going to have to trust spirit. You're not going to always have all of the details, all components laid out in front of you to where this connects to this and that puzzle piece connects to that. And I feel confident because I can see how everything lines up. Sometimes it won't be that. You just gonna have to trust the divine plan.
Right.
That's the North Node in Pisces.
Mm-hmm.
Todd, I didn't know you loved us this much. Let me share this with y'all for a second, okay? Todd loved us so much that she put her entire discography that's available on Bandcamp on sale. Okay, so in addition to paying your $777.77, you can get the whole discography. Okay, you can get the entire discography today for the high low. Okay, so go over there and get the discography. All right, get the discography. All right, that's like 18. It's like 18 things in there for you to chew on. Okay, for you to get your because you're malnourished out here walking around, looking raggedy a little bit. So get your life together, okay? Get your life together. Go get the discography, okay? I'm telling you.
Right.
And I just want to say, everybody who's on the chat, watching, whatever, in the chat, watching but not in the chat, everybody up here has made some sort of valuable, noteworthy, powerful contribution to the collective through content creation, through music, through whatever. So if you see I'm sure you recognize a lot of these faces and names or both. So everybody tap in. This was more like, this was a gift. This wasn't like, oh, listen to my song. Like, no, it wasn't just that. It was like, you know, inspiration behind the songs, stories that we all can relate to, information that you might have needed, missing puzzle pieces in your own life. This was a whole, thank you, Knowledge Born Allah and Killah Priest. This was a whole gift, like a gift wrapped present. And I'm just want to say, you know, for a made up word, CrownLoads, to just having this experience, all like from that to this, I'm grateful for y'all taking the time, and everybody who stopped in. And I just want to, I just want to say, for anybody who's watching the re-airing of this, if you didn't catch the original and you maybe watched the replay, music ain't that dope enough to not fuck with me. Music ain't that dope enough to not fuck with Star. Music ain't that dope enough not to fuck with Rashad the Poet, Killah Priest. Music ain't that dope enough. It ain't that much originality. It ain't that much, innovation out there. Like knowledge itself, it ain't where it's supposed to be, to where you not tapped into I Am God frequency and Yaya and Mama T. Like, my point is, everything is always ever evolving. But specifically dealing with music, it ain't that much diverse presentation of the divine feminine. It ain't that many original concepts. Everybody got the same subject matter, the same. So it ain't dope enough to where you shouldn't be fucking with this. You feel me? And I'm saying that like proudly as the Leo stellium I had this year in my solar, like step up and be the lion. No, I'm confidently saying, like, you ain't that tapped in to where you shouldn't be listening to I Am God frequency and Yaya. You ain't that tapped in to where you shouldn't know about Mama T, knowledge and music. You not tapped like Star Web, like Knowledge Born Allah with his podcast. Like, all of us in this day and time, you're gonna need armor You're gonna need psychological, emotional, and spiritual armor. So when you have people that have made a commitment to drop information, to CrownLoad information, and then go on the phone, go online and give it out like that, you should be tapped in holistic frequency. So that's what I really envisioned for this. And it turned out to be what I envisioned and far beyond. So before I even say my closings, I want to give y'all the floor and allow you to share any thoughts or perspective that you have, or how you felt about this listening release party coronation. Like, I want to know you guys' final thoughts before I close out.
Well, I can go real quick because I'm gonna be quiet after this, but I just want to give you your flowers once again, Ty. I just, I'm honored to be here, honestly. I love that the divine connected us at the moment in time when we were connected, because I wouldn't have been able to sit up here and listen to your CrownLoads. And I really appreciate you, and I love what you're doing and the message that you're sending to the collective. So, it's always a pleasure to be in the presence of like-minded individuals. And I know we're going to do great things, together, once we come together in person. But just this interaction here has done a lot for me. It's activated and unlocked some things in me just being on here tonight. So I appreciate you guys' knowledge. You was an amazing host. Shout out to you. And, I am God Frequency Rashad. Everybody that's been on here, the vibrations maintained, where they were supposed to be. So I appreciate you. I love you, Ty. I'm very proud on the cop the album. Soon as I jump off of here, I'm copping it. So I appreciate you.
Be like Yaya. Go get the album.
That's right. Get the album. Get a few of them.
Yeah.
I appreciate you so much.
Anytime, Ashe.
I just want to say, first of all, thank you for inviting me to share this moment with you. That's everything to me. I'm super proud of you. I'm excited for you. The sky is the limit. Like, you are so grand. I heard you say that you were underrated. I don't feel that you were underrated. I feel like you were set aside for a time like this.
Ooh, yeah.
You're not underrated. Source preserved you, sharpened you up for this particular moment and this time. So I don't want you saying you're underrated. You are definitely not underrated. It wasn't that timeline that you were supposed to be on. This is the timeline that you're supposed to be on. And you have all your cosmic family here backing you up, supporting you, giving you love and beyond measure, probably what you could even think. And I'm just claiming it now. I am speaking it into the atmosphere like it's number one. It's up from here for you.
Hey.
Like, everybody gonna know who you are. They already know who you are. You got your cosmic family backing you up, and you got the ancestors riding with you. So I'm super excited for you. I can't wait to see you shine even more. This is a special moment for me, and I just want you to know, even if Quantum Fest wasn't a thing, I would still be here supporting you.
Right.
So, and that's because it was written in the stars for us to reunite and remember why we are here. So congratulations to you. I love you to life. And I'm here. I'm here for the ride. I'm here for that cosmic journey with you.
Oh, thank you so much. I don't Wow, I was like, damn, can you cry on YouTube?
Yeah.
Like, this is gonna be recorded, so I'm gonna be crying like permanently. Like, I don't know, but I received that. Oh my God! Like, thank you, Yaya. Thank you, I Am God Frequency, for those words. Like, and just making it known that it meant something to you to be here. Like, that's, and I'm glad you guys like the music too. You know what I'm saying? That's important. I was like, like the music too. Like that's
Music
big.
fire.
We love it.
We love it.
We
Yeah, it
need
was
it.
definitely an honor to be here. I appreciate it. Every song was good. I'm happy too. You know, sometimes people be like, yo, I make music. Come listen to my song. And then you listen, you're like, oh man. How do I tell them?
Right.
You know? But every song was good. And it wasn't just that they were good. They like invoke emotions to make you want to talk. Like you can listen to the song, have a full conversation. You said you didn't want it to be like play, stop, play, stop, play, stop. Now imagine if it would have been easy to do that. On these songs, it was pretty much impossible because every song had something in there that was worth having a conversation about. And when it's that good, that means you have to listen to it a bunch of times because you're going to keep finding things and keep finding things. You know, go to somebody else that likes your music and they'll tell you, did you hear this in that song? And you go back and you listen like, dang, you know, dropping gems. You know, I appreciate it though. It's an honor. Being underrated, if that's what you feel you are, you got to be great to be underrated. You know what I'm saying? You don't get underrated if you suck.
Right. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good. Thank you so much. Minnie Hotep, what's up, girl? I've been seeing you. I've been watching the chat. Been dropping some gems in there. Okay, I think Star might be. I don't know if Star, you still there, hon? She might be off in the ethers. That's fine. She's still stuck around, and that's all that matters. I love the presence and the support. Knowledge won't allow you wanted to say anything. This was, you made all this possible. This was all, you know, from the Gemini mind. You know, a Gemini mind.
Stop snitching, Ty. Stop snitching. Stop snitching, Ty. Don't be telling folks my business. Okay.
They know you got a mic in your hand. They know you a Gemini.
Yeah. There's something about what you value and what you accept for value that speaks volumes about you. What you value, and then what you accept for value is another thing. So, Ty, I value you, and I accept your offerings to the universe, the offerings to the planet, the offerings to the solar system, the offerings to things that are living and live in another dimension as a gift. So when we go into the CrownLoad conventions and you really get to see the tears in the people's eyes, like I just had a CrownLoad, I felt like I was stuck my whole life, and I came to this convention and I'm empowered and I'm inspired to go create, to go make this world a better place. You're going to remember this moment right here, because this is the springboard of the resurgence of the phoenix that rises from the ashes. You see what I'm saying? So this life, death, and renewal energy that you've been going through, it seemed like it was cyclically. It seemed like it was going on forever. It was like there was no end to this thing right here. I don't know if people listening. I don't know if they're getting it. Am I wasting my time? Am I wasting my energy? Am I wasting my resources? All of that was all a fortifying preparation that your ancestors and source and force was utilizing to fortify you, because you can't be shaken now. You know what I'm saying? You know how to say no now. You know how to reset. Nah, I'm out. I'm out of here. You understand what I'm saying? These things can't be, this can't be life. Yeah, I'm out of here. So all of those things that you learned along the way were in preparation to be able to help someone change their life so they can make the rest of their life the best of their life. So not just music, your voice, your mind, your talents, your gifts, your gift of sound healing through production, your vocal tones, everything that comes from you is a weapon and agent of healing. So recognize that and stand in it boldly. You know, Dorothy from The Wiz, she looked at the lion. She said, "You're a lion. Be a lion." She touched his face and she was like, "You're a lion. Be a lion. Just don't be out here lying, because Rashad gonna find you." Understand what I'm saying? So for this gift, for this offering, for this mothership on a day that's like the hardest day of my life, you made it a blissful and an empowering day. You know what I'm saying? So I say that on behalf of myself and behalf of Killah Priest. He said he loved y'all. Happy Mother's Day. His mother transitioned a few years ago, and he came out with an album for the world to be able to heal. You know what I'm saying? So don't waste your time, your energy on anything that is not helping you to ascend, to reach the best version of yourself. So thank you for this offering. Thank you for giving up your time, because you could have just been somewhere turned up and celebrating. You wanted to give some medicine and some healing to the world via these CrownLoads. And we've been having CrownLoads all day, all night. Right?
Absolutely. And I just want to say before we go, thank you from the depths of my soul for being here tonight for this sacred celebration of CrownLoads. This TP has been a journey of healing, vision, elevation, and truth-telling, and sharing it with each of you, especially in this intimate, intentional space, means everything to me. To all the spiritual content creators, the divine messengers, the powerful lyricists, musicians, truth tellers who joined us on this panel and in the chat, thank you for your presence, your insight, your light, and your alignment. We are all part of a wave that's helping awaken the collective. This is why we have converged together in this place. We wouldn't be here if that wasn't so. It's an honor to have your energy amplifying what this CrownLoads TP is meant to do. What these songs say, what these songs represent, you embody that every day on social media and in real life, just being who you are. These songs are you. This wasn't just a listening party, it was a frequency activation. And as we close out, I want to leave you, I want you to leave this space remembering that your crown is not given, it is claimed. Say it again, your crown is never just given, it is claimed. And the load may be heavy, but it is a royal load. And you are fully equipped to carry it. Keep rising, keep speaking, keep creating from the soul. And let this music be a mirror, a map, and a mantra as we go forth and not join the revolution or observe the revolution, as we are the revolution on beat, in truth, and in love. Peace, gratitude, and power to each and every one of you. I love you.
Dang, that bit, okay. So did people buy the album? So I'm just curious. You know what I'm saying? Because I need to know who the top in the forehead. I need to know who the top in the forehead. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna check. Before I didn't check. I'm not looking at stats yet like that, but I will. But whoever bought it, thank you. Whoever intends to buy it, thank you. Like, tell people. They be dropping out like, oh, let me drop some knowledge. Like, oh, let me give you a soundtrack for that knowledge. Did you hear about Did you hear about CrownLoad? Let them know. So.
Write CrownLoad in the chat if you bought the album. Okay, I'm being nosy, you know, because Ty ain't gonna be nosy. I'm look, you know, look. Jody laughing. See what I'm saying? Look, if you bought the album, write CrownLoad in the chat right now. We want to see you. Okay. And Yaya and I am God Frequency and Rashad the Poet. I curate a space here, associate producer for the Wind Down Wednesday segment, and I would love for y'all to come back. Yaya, for you to promote your event. I am God Frequency to promote your event and bring some of the people that's involved. We could do a whole series dedicated to folks converging on this event and its importance. The more you tell people over that period of time, the more people will be involved. So space repetition leads to mastery. So if we want them to be in the presence of the masters, to see something and experience something that they've never seen or experienced before, we got to tell them about it, and we got to bother them a little bit. You understand what I'm saying? So I invite you to come back and share your jewels, share your love. This is your brainchild. This is your gift to us. So I want to support you in any way that I can. So just let me know.
I appreciate that.
Come back.
We listen. We connected now. You can't get rid of us. So
I know.
We'll be back whenever you're here. I'm here. Just let me know.
Shout out to Erica Day. Shout out to Erica Day. I see you, Erica.
Okay. All right. Walking Light folks is talking about CrownLoad. All right. I'm telling you, go get your switch and whoop yourself because don't be having me out here advocating. We could have waited to after midnight after the show was over. Y'all insisted. So be intentional with your assist. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Tread light. Full moon in Scorpio, y'all. Tread light.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Crown light. You know what I'm saying? Crown light. Light it up.
All right. Y'all free to go. I've been holding y'all hostage. Y'all free to go. You want to acknowledge? You can pick whatever song that you like, that you feel like should take everybody out. You can pick it. CrownLoad's Limitless, Scared of the Rebel, pick Reset. Pick one.
Before we leave, I want to play the commercial for I Am God Frequency. She didn't know I had this, okay? So she ain't make me do this. I'm doing it because it was just so daggone fly, okay? It was just so fly, okay? And she been here all night. You understand what I'm saying? So
I wouldn't leave until it's over. I wouldn't leave.
Look. Start dreaming about her. She over there rhyming. Mama T done created a whole album listening to snippets of songs.
Mama T she texted me. She had to go.
She's like, tell Alice to stop talking to me. I'm finna go. Tell him to stop reading my mind and my thoughts. So let me play this real quick. I Am God Frequency. I'm telling you, this is the reason why I'm going to this Quantum Fest. So I seen this commercial. I was like, I'm about to be up in there.
Yeah, the advertisements is fire.
These move different in Texas. We don't just talk energy, we embody it. We protect our peace like it's payroll.
Yes, ma'am.
We cleanse homes, break generational curses, and still show up moisturized, aligned, and unbothered. We are rooted in divinity and dripping in discernment. So where y'all at? I'm calling in the frequency fixers, the soul stylists, the priestesses, the product pushers, daddies with crystals in their bras and strategy in their minds. Quantum Fest 2025 is pulling up this June in Houston, and I need my Texas tribe on site. We're still looking for vendors, speakers, healers, and vibe architects. So if your spirit said, I need to be there, this is your green light. www.quantumfest.net. Don't just come to be seen, come to be felt. You've been activated, so it is this is now.
Hey.
What you said? I Am God Frequency with crystals in their bra and strategies and what?
Yeah. Okay.
Crystals in their bras and strategies in their minds.
Yeah. Don't you need that in your life? I wasn't the only one watching. Like, I need that in my life. Okay. Wherever that is. Where is that?
Because that was good, girl. I like
that. That was real good. Yeah, he's quick. Now it's like, where the girls with the crystals in the bra at?
That's it.
Facts. If I wasn't going, I'm going now.
I was trying to sign up for something. I was like, where do I sign up for something? Can I be a part of something?
Yeah, come on, what you want to do? You need to host.
That's
You're
right.
an excellent host.
I'm bookable. I am bookable. Okay.
So that's how
I'll walk if I got to. I'll walk over there
with my cowboy hat on.
That changed my life. I was like, I don't know about y'all, but
y'all ready? Go to quantumfest.net and copy your tickets.
Get them tickets.
Come through. It's gonna be crazy.
It's gonna be insane.
Mm-hmm.
So hyped about that. Oh my God.
Me too. I'm excited.
CrownLoads is coming nonstop.
Ty gonna cuss me out. She got to get up in 20 minutes and go to work, y'all. Okay.
It's not right. It's not right.
Let me play some so we can get out of here because she gonna be like, now that you know I gotta get up in 5 minutes. Why you have me up there all night? It's your fault. I'll be like, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So let's do this.
It ain't your fault.
No, look, the EP just that good. We have to talk about it.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'll take responsibility. It's all good.
In summary, there's been a shift within the earth sphere. So now people hear my messages and words clear. Still shining, the illest with the brilliant timing. The gold mine who had to go find the silver lining. Ain't nothing new underneath the sun. I've been going through it too, you ain't the only one. Don't take none of this life personal, cause we all got some lessons that we working through. Ain't nothing new underneath the sun. I be going through it too, you ain't the only one. Don't take none of this life personal. It's just the lessons that we working through. So why you tripping, huh? Why you mad, son? Had some good days and some bad ones. Might win some, might lose some. That's just the way it goes, life 101. In summary, there's been a shift within the earth.
Love it.
Yes. So dope.
Yeah, that was dope. Very dope. I love it.
Uh-oh, I think we lost Ty.
Yeah, we lost Ty.
She on 8 devices, so she's somewhere around. We close out this show. Like I said, y'all invited every Wednesday. You know what I'm saying? I think I follow both of y'all on social, so I'll be reaching out, seeing what the time space continuum looking like. Okay. Yeah, I would love to invite you on before your event, so we could pump
hey,
pump it up. You understand what I'm saying? So we could do that. You know, we could do all that. So.
Okay, let's do it.
And I'm pulling up. It's Gemini season. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. Pull up.
Yes.
I would love to see y'all.
We out there. And then when I wake up, I'm be in Houston with a cowboy hat on, and
okay, in the boots.
and some Timberlands on. I don't know about
Be
a cowboy.
ready to do some two-stepping too.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm telling you. I'm gonna bring Killah Priest with me. I'm like, look, fam, we got to go to Texas because they got crystals in their bra. Okay?
Got some spiritual baddies out here.
Right.
I want the goodies. I don't want the baddies. I want the goodies. Where the goodies at? I had enough baddies in my life. Let me tell you something. Thank y'all again for your time. Much love again. Killah Priest and Senses Love. Happy Mother's Day to the mothers out here, mothers of civilization. And there go Ty. Told you she'd be right back.
I just wanted to say thank y'all again. I wanted to officially leave because I went to another app and it froze and kicked me out. But I just want to say I'll get with y'all. I'm gonna send individual and group messages after I get off this live. So
all right, we love you to life.
She going to bed.
So thank you everybody for copping. Thank you for copping the CrownLoads, guys. And chat, and y'all know where to find me. I know where to find y'all too.
All right. Love and light.
Love and light.
Love and light.
Peace.
TV mother, save the babies.
PM. Yeah. They know just who we are.
My energy's indestructible, ain't a substitute. I've been through the ringer once or two, ain't gon' front of you. Blood of Zeus, negativity, gotta cut it loose. Immortality, balance me, I become acute. Top looking down, I've been viewing for my higher roof. Dirt on my name, don't offend me cause I'm liar proof. Navigate through the viper's room, the entire route. Planted on my brain when I strike like the vipers do. Light beam, you see me here but I'm just sightseeing. Here to feel my purpose, validation I am not seeking. My secret and my superpower. If I told you had to kill you, gotta shine no matter who around you. This is 528, spit through a burst. And not whatever works. This is light work from the anointed ones. Or be here forever, how the story begun.
No matter what they do, they can't break us down. We know who we are.
The called, the chosen, the few, doing exactly what we came to do, and that's true.
They can never stop us and break us down. We know who we are.
The called, the chosen, the few, doing exactly what we came to do. How about you? To my survivors, we sustaining, the ones remaining. We wrote the real book on power like we raising Canaan. This is deeper than rap music and entertainment. We raised up the frequency and now the game is changing. Back emerging with a classic, I'm merging with havoc. We never sacrificed the soul just to further the status. Middle finger to you frauds, ain't heard of you bastards. Save the combative theatrics cause you can't match us. Tried to soul snatch us, but we dead in distractions. Look at karma, now you gotta watch it from the rafters. Perfection in the flesh, God's architecture. The light inside us triggers the demons and y'all lesser. Weaker vessels can't take the pressure. You don't belong in my sector, I'm a light body manifester. This mission's embedded, they can't edit our genetics. When you hear a prophet to speak, you don't forget it.
No matter what they do, they can't break us down. We know who we are.
The called, the chosen, the few, doing exactly what we came to do, and that's true.
They can never stop us and break us down. We know who we are.
The called, the chosen, the few, doing exactly what we came to do. How about you?
No matter what they do, they can't break us down. We know who we are.
The called, the chosen, the few,
doing exactly what we came to do,
and that's true.
They can never stop us and break us down. We know who we are.
The called, the chosen, the few,
doing exactly what we came to do.
How about you?
No matter what they do,
have it. Represent the infamous Tiye Phoenix, Tiye P.
They can never stop us.
Survive. Batman and G Dollar on the beat. Belongs to those who have free minds. Those who can see behind the veil of illusion, know the truth, and can stand on it.
My pro-black, really pro-black, anti-hip-hop dress code. That's no cap, no vax. My white cells assassinate. Any kind of virus get chewed up, masticate. My immunity's indestructible. I'm a pillar of my community, no deductible. General Tucson leading the revolution. To black problems, we are the only fucking solution. No outsiders, no white saviors, we gatekeeping. I keep trying to wake them up cause they stay sleeping. Chooks is armed with ancestral wisdom, so I don't trust people that still trust the system. We gotta eat like Sebi, fight like Ali, think like Malcolm, migrate to Merca, Somali. I carry my own water, so I value every drop of it. Drowning at the bottom, so I swim up to the top.
If I say it, then I mean it. I'm never backing down. Only a few real ones left now. If it's truth, then I'ma stand on it. If it's justice, then I'ma stand on it. If I say it, then I mean it. I'll never take it back. And if you ever hear me say it, then it's facts. That's my word, and I'ma stand on it. After what you heard, I'ma stand on it. Yeah. What happened to principles, character, fortitude? Healing through alchemy, magic is what I'm born to do. Time to purge the planet from human toxicity. People do any and everything for publicity. It's way out of control, destructive, they weak and careless. We either stand for what is right or else the people perish. Putting these devils in a panic, now we got them frantic. The righteousness of justice is poetic, Pac and Janet. You don't know lies from truth when you wearing blinders. Wisdom separates the strong people from the spineless. They tell me to kill them with kindness, be considerate, but everybody's capping out here, nothing's legitimate. Nobody's surrounded us everywhere, but the souls is missing. The enemy is always watching and the ops is listening. No wonder most of these people feeling defeated. The language of God is encoded and they can't read it. If I say it, then I mean it. I'm never backing down. Only a few real ones left now. If it's truth, then I'ma stand on it. If it's justice, then I'ma stand on it. If I say it, then I mean it. I'll never take it back. And if you ever hear me say it, then it's facts. That's my word, and I'ma stand on it. F what you heard, I'ma stand on it. Rusty Chucks, Tiye Phoenix, yeah. Zodiac, and Tiye Phoenix, representing polarity, iller than ever before. Polarity, that's the universal law. You know Phoenix set it off right. Haters mad they can't copy the archetype. Awesome light that's glowing out my avatar. MCs rather spark, get sabotaged. Our destiny was written in the ethers. That's why we make shit look seamless. Gotta resurrect the people when they fall behind. Can't carry a leader, I'm a cardinal sign. Two sides to the laws of attraction. There's an equal and an opposite reaction. We represent all signs, no slacking. From Leo love to Aquarius detachment. Top renegades, lyrical assassins. Y'all not made of the same type fabric. We here to ascend. God in human skin. In the game of life, baby, all we do is win.
Bullseye till I Scorpio, I'ma shoot again. Word killer, that's Gemini, getting the aid verbal. Edibles that can get them high with a taste. We all satisfied, we really just getting by on the plate. Wow, that's a planet without an end. Getting my infinite plane, I spin around it again. Liquid fire is spilling out of my pen. We all returning this ending how it begins. Handcrafted Ouroboros, leather boots on the ground grass. Always feel audible meals, this made it sound rash. I drift off like the smoke from the barrel of shaft. The principal with such class, I balance the staff. Too late for sip and rewind from the hourglass. I calculated each step even without math. Screw the lightning bolts in the sky. I rush the clouds crash. Thought wheels spin in the sky even without sun. Sun,
dark,
light,
high, low,
day,
night,
sun,
left, right, flow,
as above,
so below. We on a mission to slay the enemy totally. Bars is deadly, weaponized poetry. I'm held up in high esteem with respect. Swords the pinnacles of every queen in the deck. What? You ain't never seen God in the flesh? Can't duplicate the qualities that we possess. We gon' make them all bow down and confess. You in 3D, we playing 5D chess.
You know the league's best, don't you see the finesse? The plan is planning everything, no needing to guess. We just kicking the door in, we don't need a request. Uranus, the one-man SWAT team, kaboomerang. Spun the block, got it made, swiping all your clocks clean. It's our time, speaking crystals in the watch screen. The stars line, they admitted we the top team. We manifested every vision, these are not dreams.
Beams from the sun shine like a Leo. Aquarius, the opposite, that's the people. Capricorns on the rise straight through the ceiling. All my Cancer crabs in touch with their feelings.
Every season from the top when you elevate. And Libra keep the scales on me like I'm selling weight. Been hip to the stars, now that's a starship. Back to back hits, I ain't never seen the armies miss.
Go to war like an Aries if you bring beef. Or like a Libra, we can negotiate peace.
For my Sag archers, Gemini thinkers. Leo on the stage, Aquarian change bringers.
Gemini, that's the twins, yeah, cause it's two. Sag hopping on flights, then schooling you.
This for Scorpios, killing them with my Taurus bulls. Virgos working they shift, Piscean orbital. Sun,
dark,
light,
high, low,
day,
night,
sun, left,
right, flow,
as above,
so below.
This polarity all day. Ain't no fall without spring. Very head to the tail. Keep on balancing the scale. World over. Tiye Phoenix. Zodiac.
Listen to the rain. I'll spare it.
angels in the flesh with the hidden wings. I'm talking angels that connect, it's a different thing. We royal priesthood, we the wizard kings.
The most anticipated, kiss the ring. Scream the name out, for the priest. Supreme, all real, kiss the ring.
We the royal priesthood, we the wizard kings.
Smack MCs, watch them scream your majesty.
She's not a raven, not a dove, and not a pelican. The immortalized phoenix, universal element. The throne holder with the flow that's most eloquent. Bringing the rebellion, the mothership propelling it. I'm nicer than they ever fathom every time I'm doing this. My energy is like slicing an atom to its nucleus. Interstellar, surpass astronomical. That's why my aura got a sparkle like a diamond do. Soaring through the sky, but I was born underground. Blood on the temple from the thorns in the crown. The seventh seal will open when the horn makes a sound. No time to mourn, you was born not to stick around. So start reflecting and atoning. I recollect the sectors I was known in, even long before the Greco-Roman. Time to bow and kiss the ring, you will respect the chosen. I won the battle before I select my next opponent. 6 million ways to die, they lied to the masses, but they never taught you how to rise about the ashes. My intuition say we trapped inside a simulation, so I'm here to bring demolition to imitations. I dispel the pressure when I held the scepter, the luminescent, iridescent solar cell receptor. I rebelled and I refuse to sell the elder treasure. Time to unify, rebel against the hell forever. Every word in the verse, you know it is Phoenix. Give the people rebirth like I'm growing a fetus. Say the truth with my chest like showing my cleavage. The mothership kiss the ring, cause we the ring leaders.
Multitasking through the multiverse, immersed in the energy that broke the curse. In a thirst for higher works, dispersed out your speaker box like Peter Tosh. Days balance equal vernal equinox. High voltage, frequent shocks, outward charged particles. Flares bring more color than carnivals. Editorials, rhymes, and written articles. Alkaline, my arsenal, I'm Canis Media. Others are marginal. Fez, brilliant red like a cardinal. Flourishing with other Moorish kings. Kiss the rings, mystic streams, beyond intellect. Holistic beings, ecclesiastic, legendary like Atlantis. Reminded of divine protection, seeing the praying mantis. King Sharif on my throne, caliphate in the east. My influence increased from Greece to Mozambique. Crown jewel, laying new ground rules. Equal carre, my mind sparred in renowned schools. No parlay, gracious, build an oasis. Spacious, greatness, entire priesthood, traveling spaceships. Connect with lawmakers, Mahatmas, scholarly, those who know the truth about the Barbary. God's professor, private sector, peep the architecture. Tartarian, so on the microphone, a barbarian. Islam, Al Day and Bay. If we Voltron clans, we'll run circles round Satan like the photon band.
Jack fell down, broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after. The black and brown came from the ground and filled the sun of the magma. I rap profound as a lounge so nail in front of your master. From merry-go-rounds to burial grounds, I killed every one of you rappers. With my skills I can heal, but my tongue is disaster. The age seal is revealed in none of the chapters. Burn them on cheap wood, this is royal priesthood. There's cavities and casualties wherever we stood. When I black out, see the bats route. I say things that make the cats crouch. Wings from my back sprout, serpent's coil. Anoint the head with virgin oil, drip with olives. We sit in garments and spit astrology. Regardless, we goddess and goddesses. And thick as the dip with the garlic. My heart is the chip that's smart, that's trick knowledge. Nah, we kick knowledge while eating salad in a big palace. The roof open and the sky show a rich harvest. The Bitterman man, the black who a thick target.
Hey, yo, musically I'm married to the group that's a wedding band. Cycle Jordan rings like Thanos with the heavy hand. The ringleader, the electric lamb. I'm staring at the rings like a breast exam. I'm peering up the next cycle at the drug ring, spirals in the dust ring. I made a campfire with the circle around the sun spring. I see rings in the flowers when the blossoms bloom. Like the onion rings out of supersonic boom. That's two holes in the middle of the VM. I seen rings in the middle of the tree limbs. Clothed in the gospel, the noble, apostle. I'm moving more circles than the O's in Morocco. My blow made the rocks blow. Killing sex traffickers, my flow freed the kids in the ring. From death massacre, priesthood, vampire hunters, arrest Dracula. Earth stage, I rock, never left in the ground, but smoke till I'm so high up that heaven is down. 12 angels quickly circle me wherever I'm found. Morris headband leader, that's a heraldry crown. Like no sort of omens, bodies lammed in the floor. Purple rings of cerebellum, see who answers the door. As I quickly throws, they bang the snow rings like the sound of sleeping, playing ring toss with my chakras over mountain peaks. Now to the owl chief, ornaments around the reef, alkali, riding on the decibels around the streets. Brainstormers gather the star charters as every knee bends, kiss the rings of the Zod father. The Don Zada, in a sense, like the Knock Chomper, knowledge chomper, Kaharaja, squash him like a Kalabasa, Kali Lama, Dalai Lama lamp, Muhammad Ali Baba, uncontrolled voltage. They all bow down when we stood. Big flag, zigzag, zodiac, Killah Priest. Killah Priest. real, kiss the ring.